broad function.
Let's get some real expert analysis. Joining us now, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. Austin, thanks for joining us this morning. We've now had 3 of the 4 inflation reports we get in this nation. The most important come in the end of this month, PCE, but we can kind of calculate that. Take a step back. We know you don't react to any single inflation report or any single report. Give us your picture right now, or your sense right now, Austin, of the inflation story in this country right now.
Well, it's been a little mixed. It feels like the first 2 of the 4 came in quite.
TV, I've maybe talked about import prices 1 or 2 times before, but now it's kind of important, right?
Yeah, look, we're out sniffing in all sorts of places that are not normal to have to sniff. The thing about import prices to remember is they don't include the tariffs. In most of those cases, the tariffs will be on top of it. So if the foreign is absorbing, if the foreign exporters to the United States are absorbing the cost, those prices should be going down. If those prices go up and then you add the tariffs on top of it, that's a little bit the scenario, that's the unease scenario where the costs are going up, and now we're in the business of trying to figure out, well, how long are those price increases going to last? Let's not overreact to 1 month of import price data, for sure. Let's not overreact to 1 month of CPI or PPI inflation, but it's at least an area of concern.
Austin, when it's come to rates, you've been maybe, what do they say? St. Augustine said, "Oh Lord, let me be chaste, but not today." Your attitude has been.
I thought you were going to say brilliant and prudent, Steve.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And chaste, but the thing is that you've talked about rates will come down over time, but you've been a little bit circumspect about the time over which they should come down. Could you give us your sense of that right now?
Well, I was pretty specific of the time frame in the run up to April 2nd. And that I thought over the year, they could come down a lot because we're at pretty much full employment and inflation was headed to 2%. And that's the thing that the FOMC by law is supposed to be looking at. What's happened is we've added a lot of uncertainty and we've added a lot of dirt in the air, which much of it has come from tariffs. And the tariffs, the theory that tariffs are a one-time price increase, that's true for one and done tariffs. And these haven't been one or done. And so we're trying to grapple with this idea of, is this going to be a persistent inflation shock? Is this going to be stagflationary in direction, which is to say it's going to be driving down employment at the same time as driving up prices? That's the worst thing the central bank has to think through, because there's not an obvious playbook. You got to sort of weigh off which of these is a bigger miss and how long is the bigger miss going to last. So you can't answer the question, when will we know that we're back or still on the path that we were on before April 2nd, without answering the question, is this going to be the end of the stagflationary shocks, or are we going to keep getting new policy administrations?
So when you say that and you talk about this, it sounds like you need some time at the least. And if you could, when you respond to that, also answer this question: how much does the Fed's stance about policy play a role in figuring out whether or not tariffs become a wider spread problem?
Okay, you know the rules. I'm not allowed to speak for the Fed or anybody else in the committee. I can just talk about how I think about that. I think partly the conventional wisdom for how should a central bank respond to a stagflationary shock, which I think of tariffs as having a heavy stagflationary component. The primary effect, the Fed can't pump oil, the Fed can't adjust the supply side, but it can try to prevent the secondary impacts, which could be wage price spirals, or if you start thinking about the secondary impacts of tariffs on parts, components, supplies, and intermediate goods, now it's a little more complicated than the Econ 101 version, because now the tariff isn't just staying in its lane, it's going to be raising the cost of production for domestic manufacturing and others. And that's a lot of times, certainly during COVID and post-COVID, took time to wind its way through the economy. So I do think we're going to be in the business of trying to figure out which part of these price increases are we ignoring because we think they're transitory, and which ones are we responding to. Now, that doesn't mean that we have to hold forever or for as long as it takes for the prices to come back down. It all depends on the data and what's the economic outlook. If we keep getting inflation reports like the ones we had, the first two of these, the four that you mentioned, I would be very comfortable that, hey, the dust is out of the air. It looks like we're still where we were, which is a strong economy with inflation coming back down. In that circumstance, I think it's totally fine. It's expected. It's the right thing to do to just bring the rates down to where we think they're going to settle.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming now on YouTube. We are live streaming on Rumble, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X-Spaces. So thank you for joining. I had a little bit of an audio issue, but we are now live streaming on YouTube. So help support the work that I do by making sure you share the links. Ask your social media to follow me. If you like the work that I do, please help support. Purchase the products that I have on my website. You can donate on Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on the homepage of my website. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I do all these videos for free. So it's through the patronage of individuals helping in various ways that helps for me to do these videos for free for everybody. Thank you for joining. Also, take my advice on how to trade the market and how to improve your health. So let's talk about the market. The market's open in New York right now. So the S&P 500 is trading at 6,459. The big news today is going to be the Trump-Putin summit in Alaska. So we're going to cover that today. That could potentially be market moving, especially in the equities market and the commodity space like energy. Maybe even the defense sector. VIX is trading at 1488. Euro is trading at 117. Oil is trading at $63.17. BITO, the ETF for Bitcoin, is trading at 2134. Japanese yen is trading at 146.9. Natural gas is trading at 2.944. All right, so Bitcoin's at 118,000. So because Japanese yen's relatively weak in terms of the USD and it's trading at the 145 or above range, that's risk on for equities. VIX at 14, below the 20 range, that's risk taking for equities. So I still have a target for year end of 6,800 for the S&P 500 or 7,000, somewhere in there. Now, if you're trading the S&P 500 through SPY, we have a resistance level at 650, and we have a support level at 625. So we're kind of been hovering around there. But if something positive comes out with either the Federal Reserve lowering rates or potentially de-escalation of the war in Ukraine, de-escalation of the tariff wars around the world, we will have positive upward movement for equities. All right. Now, BITO is the ETF to long Bitcoin leveraged. All right. Now, it's trading at 2134. All right. So we have a resistance level now at 2149. And we're going to be at a support level of probably around 21 or 20.95, somewhere in there. Oil is trading at a 63 handle. It's going to be trading in a range. That range is going to be support level of 60 or 61 and a resistance level of 65 for WTI. Now, I think what's happening here is that the OPEC nations have increased supply, and so that's suppressing price. But I also think that Trump is negotiating with the Saudis to actually lower Brent price in the market. So it puts pressure on Putin so he can't fund the war that he's conducting in Ukraine. If this blows up, if the summit doesn't work and it's a fiasco, and there's no chance for the ceasefire or peace in the near term, then we probably might see Trump ask the Saudis to help suppress the price. And we may actually see further price going down in energy. That could mean that WTI goes down and natural gas. Now, there's another side of the argument that would say, other people would say, well, if there's peace, if there's no peace, then there's not going to be oil on the market that's official from Russia, and therefore price should be maintained where it's at, or maybe even elevate. If there is peace, then the Russian oil will be on the open market. There'll be more supply, and then the price will go down. But I think the actual price movement variable right now is the negotiations between Trump behind the scenes and the Saudis to suppress oil price. But I understand the fundamental analysis if someone just says, well, if there's peace, there's going to be more oil on the market from the Russians, therefore Brent crude will go down, WTI will go down. I understand that logic, but I think that there are behind the scenes negotiations to suppress the price of oil to hurt Russia. So that's the oil market. Now, BOIL is a ETF to long natural gas. Now, natural gas is trading at 2.9. I think that the fair value of natural gas is in the 3 handle, not the 2 handle, like 3.4, 3.5. All right. Because of this issue with there's 2 issues with natural gas. There's increased supplies of natural gas that came out, I think, on Wednesday. Or maybe it may have been yesterday. In addition, there's this dynamic with Trump and the Saudis, if I'm correct on this, that is suppressing the price for oil on top of more supply, and therefore all energy commodities, or at least fossil fuels, are somewhat capped at a certain level, and they're moving down. So what that means is that BOIL's trading at oil's trading at 31.28. All right. So that means that we have a support level at 30 and a resistance level at 35.22. I suspect as we move into the fall season, and if we have especially if we have temperatures that are normal seasonal temperatures or a little bit colder, because there's so much precipitation, I suspect that we'll have rain in October and the temperatures will drop and the need for natural gas will go up. But natural gas is also a feedstock for fertilizers. Natural gas is important for industry. So if there's an issue with agriculture around the world, or if there's an issue with industry output, then we may have a suppression of natural gas futures market. So there's a lot of variables going on there, but I would think that based on the current mosaic, I think the fair value of natural gas is in the 3 handle, maybe 3.4 handle instead of the 2.9. So, keep that in mind. If we start seeing a 3.4, then you'll start seeing oil get past the 35.22, get through that resistance level, and then you're talking about in the 40s, that ETF will be trading in the 40s. So we'll see what happens with that. So natural gas in the near term, resistance level at 3. We're at 2.94 right now. We'll see if it gets through the 3 today. And we have a support level at 2.814. Now, the 10-year treasury, the belly of the curve, the 7 to the 10-year treasury ETF, TYD, it's based on price. So if the price goes up, the ETF goes up. So that means yields would go down. So TYD is trading at 25.16. This is a way to trade the treasury market, the belly of the curve. So if the prices go up for treasuries, yields go down, and therefore the ETF will go up. All right, so it's trading at 25.16. So we have a resistance level right now at 25.87 and a support level at 25.02. Now, what that translates for the 10-year yield right now, the 10-year yield is trading at 4.29. All right, with all that said, we can go back to the news.
Hi, Carl. Indeed, this is our July read on industrial production and cat view. And the numbers, well, we're expecting unchanged on production, comes in light, minus 1/10, minus 1/10. Minus 1/10 will basically be comping to where we were in March. But there is some good news here. Last month had a nice number, up 0.3. That now becomes up 0.4. That's the second best number of the year in the rearview mirror. On utilization rates, 77.5, that's a little bit on the light side. 77.5 would be the lightest, and 77.47, which was in May. If you don't like the rounding error, we can go back to, let's see, November of last year, and it was 76.8. So yes, decimal places mean something here. On the business inventory side of universe.
Jay, let me just finish this quick video here and I'll give you the mic.
In Michigan, those will be at the top of the hour. If we look at where yields are right now, 4.29 in a 10-year. That is unchanged on the day, up 1 on the week. Not a lot's changed. And when you look at the numbers that were out and where they turned out, it's rather incredible to see green in equities and unchanged in 10s. Squawk on the Street will return after a short break. Hi, Carl. Indeed, this is our July read on industrial production and cat view.
Just to remind the audience, we're live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and on X Spaces. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. It's an interactive show, so if you have a comment about the news that we're covering, please type it into the chat, or you can ask for the mic on X Spaces. So we're going to go to X Spaces. Someone requested, and I'm going to pass the mic. Well, now he left. All right. Well, unfortunately, he's not here. So once he comes back, I will, hopefully Jay will call back and I will give him the mic. All right.
NASDAQ, they're both lower. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/around-the-clock. Developing economic news right now. U.S. consumer sentiment fell for the first time since April. Inflation expectations rose due to lingering anxiety about the impact of tariffs. That word from the University of Michigan. We've got Joanne Shu of UMich coming up in just a moment. And a headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service, the Trump administration is considering using funds from the U.S. CHIPS Act to take a stake in Intel. According to people familiar with the discussions developing story, Intel shares today, they are higher, up now by 1.5%. Mixed market right now, the Dow being led higher by United Health, up 84 points. That is a gain of 0.2%. S&P, though, in the red on this Friday, on track for a winning week, down 10 points right now. On the S&P, a drop of 0.1%. Nasdaq down 43, a decline there of 0.2%. Our Mag 7 index continues to push higher, up another 0.1%. The 10-year, 4.29%, of the 2-year, 3.72%. Gold up $5 the ounce, $33.40. That is a gain of 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $63.15 for a barrel of WTI. Joe Mazzola is head of trading and derivatives at Charles Schwab, and on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, he talked about what Schwab customers are buying and selling.
NVIDIA, Palantir, and then Tesla were the top three. Top three sales were Apple, Ford, and then AMD. So, they're still kind of staying within what we consider kind of the retail favorites. Yes, they're dipping their toes in some of these new products, but it's not to the level that we're seeing with the big rise to the top 10.
All 6 names that he mentioned are lower right now. NVIDIA down 1.1%, Palantir down 2.3%, Tesla down 0.6%, Apple lower by 0.4%, Ford shares down 0.2%, and Advanced Micro Devices lower now by just about 1%. Again, recapping here, consumer sentiment falls as inflation expectations climb. I'm Charlie Powell. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Powell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Red and green on the screen. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Lisa Mateo. We're doing that Bloomberg's red, brown. Red, what are you looking at?
The first one on my list here is United Health. The ticker is UNH. For me, it's really been one of the equity market stories of the year. The company's traded up as much as 12.7% this morning. That would have been its best gain since 2020, and that's coming off the back of Berkshire Hathaway taking a stake in the company. Shares of a couple of their health insurers also following UNH up this morning. Molina Healthcare, Elevance, and Centene also trading higher. The company has been, so solid for so many years, so consistent, really boring, but this year has shed as much as $200 billion in market cap in such a short time as they struggle with costs, struggle with how the government is remunerating some of the policies, things like that. So, but this news today is really kind of a bet on the stock, and people are kind of piling in that they might be able to kind of stage a turnaround. Analyst community largely agrees, 3/4 of them still with a buy rating on United Health.
All right, we go from that to one of my faves, Lululemon. Of course, it's only my fave on special occasions.
I'm not really a big fan of Lululemon. I think too many women are wearing it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural nanosilver soaps that I offer. I have them in the following versions: lavender, peppermint, lemongrass, and charcoal tea tree. Very high quality structural nanosilver soaps. Get a few bars for your household, help support the work that I do, and help to support your health and wellness. Another great product that I have that's important to be taking every day, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, is ubiquinol. Ubiquinol It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. It's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to boost up the health of your mitochondria. Your energy levels are going to go up, and ubiquinol helps to protect neurons. You're going to find that a lot of people within your social world, at work, at home, friends, family, classmates, you're going to find a lot of them are going to start having problems with their neurons, either cognitive problems and or motor coordination. You better start paying attention. Better start taking the proper supplementation to protect those neurons and do those exercises that I keep on telling everybody. Proper diet, proper exercise, stay away from processed foods, drink the filtered water. It's a holistic approach, and you can slow down the issues of neurological decline. Taking naphthokinase also is super important. Why? It helps with your vascular system. It breaks up clots. It's fibrinolytic. Naphthokinase also helps to improve your lipid profile, helping to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. When you do that, you're reducing the probability of oxidized LDL. When you have oxidized LDL, you start building up plaque. But you have less oxidized LDL, then you have less plaque buildup. So please go to my store. Make sure you get the naphthokinase. Super high quality. And a foundational piece for your health protocol should be a multivitamin and a probiotic. I have a very high quality probiotic in stock. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods or filtered water. Take it every day. And with a good gut biome, you're going to improve your health. You're going to improve your immune system. You're going to improve your metabolism. You're going to improve sleep and concentration. You'll get rid of that brain fog. You're also going to improve the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. Your IgA concentrations in the mucosal layer of your gut lining is going to increase. That's super important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotic. Spend $100 or more, you get a free gift. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
A surge in the share of consumers telling us that high prices were a concern for big ticket purchases as well as their personal finances. And so that is bleeding through to their expectations for the future. In addition to that, they're also expecting unemployment to worsen. So we're really seeing a softening of views across the board for consumers.
Joy, were you surprised by this, the sentiment, lower inflation higher?
One of the things that has really been weighing on consumers over the last few months has been tariffs. And part of the improvement that we saw in sentiment in recent months was largely due to the fact that tariff developments have quieted down. Those developments have now re-escalated in recent weeks with the implementation of higher tariffs for many countries and ongoing negotiations with China. And as a result, I don't think it's much of a surprise that consumers are internalizing that and worrying about that, that the escalation in tariff developments and the risk of higher tariffs will pass through to them in the future.
In terms of the outlook for inflation, the consensus was for on a one-year basis, 4.4% inflation. The actual number came in much higher, 4.9%. And on the 5 to 10-year inflation outlook, the consensus was 3.4%. Again, much higher here, 3.9%. So the inflation story remains here. How volatile is that measure typically?
Over the last year, we haven't seen a whole lot of volatility in the in inflation expectations, but in recent months, it's been quite volatile, particularly as tariff developments escalate and quiet down. We saw a really huge spike in inflation expectations in April and in May. That was in the weeks following the so-called reciprocal tariff announcement, as well as its pause. And so at that time, consumers were really bracing for a worst-case scenario, which has thus far not come to pass. But consumers are starting to notice prices pick up on a number of dimensions, and that makes them quite worried about the future, especially with the backdrop of the policy uncertainty.
And in the last minute we have here with you, can you give kind of a broader interpretation of the data? Like, does it suggest stronger, weaker consumer spending ahead?
It's a little bit of a mixed bag because the fact that consumers are really worried about the future suggests that they're probably going to pull back their spending, and we have a special report, some additional analysis that shows that. At the same time, if consumers pull back their spending, that's going to provide some downward pressure on inflation, which might make the fight against inflation a little bit easier for policymakers.
Real quickly, Joanne, political affiliation, how did that impact the results?
For short-run inflation expectations, we saw that increase across all political parties, including independents and Republicans. With long-run inflation expectations, it was a little bit mixed, and we'll see what happens when we get the final data at the end of the month. All right, Joanne, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Joanne Shute, she runs the surveys at the University of Michigan. Again, just kind of the headline number here, the UMich sentiment, which is widely followed on Wall Street, just kind of how consumers are feeling out there. You'd like to see it, the higher number, obviously. So 62 was the consensus, came in below that at 58.6. And then on the inflation outlook, the inflation outlook much higher, both on a short-term basis and on a longer-term basis. And that's kind of having a little bit of an impact on the market here. Just looking at the S&P, we've turned negative, -7. The Dow has given up much of its gains, now up 45 points and had been much higher than that. And yet NASDAQ is off about 17 points. So definitely having a little bit of a negative impact on the markets. Looking at the yield space, 10-year Treasury yields, they tick up just a little bit, about 1.5 basis points. As we head into September, this is good.
Introducing the second generation Blink Video Doorbell, designed to give you complete peace of mind no matter where you are. With a battery life up to 2 years, expanded field of view, and improved
You know what I
security
don't like
features,
about
this
these cameras and homes and stuff? If you're living in a place, why are you living in a place that you feel as though you need a camera? You should not have a home in an area that is crime ridden. You picked the wrong home then. So if you have this anxiety because of where you live and you have to have a camera or a security system and all this, then maybe you shouldn't be living there.
keeps your home protected around.
Is en route to Alaska, where he will meet with his Russian counterpart later today to discuss ending the war in Ukraine. Our Eamon Jabbers has the latest this morning from D.C. Morning, Eamon.
Yeah, good morning to you, Carl. The president got underway early this morning, boarding Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews on his way to Anchorage, Alaska. The White House has billed this meeting as sort of a listening exercise between Trump and President Putin of Russia. The idea being they need to hear where Putin is in order to come up with a deal to end the Russia-Ukraine war. But at the same time, the president has expressed some optimism that Vladimir Putin might be ready to strike a deal this time. Here's what he said earlier this week.
I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I were president, he would take over all of Ukraine. It's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, in my opinion, he would much rather take over all of Ukraine. But I am president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
So it's a long flying time to get to Anchorage from Washington, D.C. We won't see most of these events play out until late afternoon East Coast time, guys. What we're going to watch for here is the president's greeting with Putin. That'll be the first indicator of how things are going. How warm is that greeting? How encouraging is the body language before they go into that private meeting? They've said it's going to be a one-on-one meeting with translators, in addition to a bilateral lunch here with some of the officials who are traveling alongside the two leaders. And then the question is, do we get a side-by-side press conference on the way out? That would be an indication that things have gone relatively well. The President Trump, has said he will brief reporters after the fact, whether he's with Putin or on his own. So we will expect to hear from the president later today, guys. How much later is the big question? Not sure. That'll happen before the end of day here on the East Coast, guys. Back on the East Coast.
Eamon, it's Scott. A deal for what is the question, because the president has already told European leaders that he won't negotiate territorial issues today at all.
Yeah, I mean, there have been reports that the president is considering offering access to rare earth minerals and other things to the Russians. No word on whether that's accurate or not. So we're going to have to wait and see, Scott, but your point is well taken. The question is, what incentives can Trump offer Putin here? to get a deal to the table that are things that the Ukrainians will accept, right? Vladimir Zelensky is not going to be at this meeting. The president suggested there might be another meeting involving all three sides. And so, you know, can they get to a deal here today or not? The expectation is probably not, but we'll see.
There's a bunch of different trades embedded in what might happen today and in the coming meetings if we get them in. We'll talk with you a little bit later. Hey, Jim.
Today, Bitcoin slides to the $118,000 level after hitting a new high last night. And Rick Edelman with the digital app
will happen afterward. If that does happen, you can watch it live, raw, and uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox. We will, of course, as always, bring you the latest. Right now, I do want to take you out to Air Force One. A bit earlier on, Christina Evans was on the air as President Trump spoke aboard Air Force One, answering a few questions from members of the media. That was about 5 minutes in length. I'm going to play that for you right now on Live Now from Fox.
They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But I don't care about that. I care about, it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week, 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Can you describe a little bit, Mr. President, because I know you've had a lot of phone calls with President Putin. What's the difference in a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
Look, he's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are with President. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So, we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides, and I think, you know, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia, and that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled. Business. We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest country. We were a dead country, like doornails, a dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail. And now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because this country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but we're all, look, I want everybody to do well. The war's going to stop and the killing's going to stop.
President, thank you for coming back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it later.
On the table for discussions today, Mr. President, are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Just one thing. What about the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe, along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, you know, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But yeah, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Basically, a number of business people that President Putin is bringing along. Is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
If we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy, but he is interested in the Trump economy because wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%. I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors we'll be setting sometime next week, week after. What are you looking at? What rate? I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build. And very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, you had said earlier.
Isn't he a gentleman? He's a very nice, he's one of the few nice ones, yeah.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him, but he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe, yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, so again, that was an audio-only news conference with President Trump.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation.
We begin with Alexandria Hoff in Washington to set up what to expect at the Trump-Putin summit today. Hi, Alex. Hey, good morning to you. Now, the president and the White House have been working to manage expectations for this meeting, especially the idea that an immediate ceasefire could come of it. President Trump says his main goal is to set the table for a second, more productive summit that would include Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, the president predicted that there's a 25% chance that today's bilateral with Putin could go south.
I think it's going to be very interesting. We're going to find out where everybody stands, and I'll know within the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or 5 minutes. So we tend to find out whether or not we're going to have a good meeting or a bad meeting. And if it's a bad meeting, it'll end very quickly. And if it's a good meeting, we're going to end up getting peace in the pretty near future.
The president has promised that Russia would face severe penalties if his Russian counterpart does not seem serious about wanting peace.
As Putin knows, I'm the toughest one that he's ever had to deal with. He's never had to deal with anybody like me. And here's the other thing, Brian. They got nothing out of Trump. They got no land. I think he respects our country now. He didn't respect it under Biden. Nobody respected us under Biden. But he respects our country now. And we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Now, President Putin did speak yesterday about the prospect of long-term peace, but tied it to a possible agreement on nuclear arms control. That was new. It's the first time we heard that from Russia in the context of his meeting with President Trump. And President Trump feels in order to end the bloodshed in Ukraine, there must be some fair land swaps, but he reportedly told European leaders and Zelensky that he would not be discussing territorial divisions today. Ashley, Carly.
All right, Alexandria Hoff, Black Russ in Washington. Alex, thank you. Let's bring in Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman. Dan, good morning to you. More from the president's interview yesterday. Here is President Trump's mentality going into this meeting. Watch this.
I don't know that we're going to get an immediate ceasefire, but I think it's going to come. See, I'm more interested in an immediate peace deal, getting peace fast. And depending on what happens with my meeting, I'm going to be calling up President Zelensky and let's get him over to wherever we're going to meet.
Positive statements out of the United States as well as Russia. So what do you think the outcome here will be?
Well, I think it's extraordinarily difficult to predict how things are ultimately going to turn out. I can tell you that President Trump's leadership is very much going to be on the line today. It was 4 years ago today that the Taliban took over Kabul. And that really defined not just President Biden's foreign policy for the rest of his term, but his domestic agenda as well. I think the American public by an overwhelming majority wanted out of Afghanistan, just not the way that we did it. And it really exposed President Biden for feeble leadership. And I think that had an impact on his presidency. President Trump, of course, will want to avoid that. Success is defined not just by a deal, but by a good deal. And I think that's what the president is looking to today, whether President Putin is indeed interested in such a deal. I know that our intelligence community is mounting their usual full-court press to determine Putin's plans and intentions, how serious he might be. You can expect that Putin will try to define the war in terms that he thinks President Trump might appeal to, like land swaps, which harken to a real estate deal, when in fact this is a bloody war that Russia started, which has resulted in reportedly 1 million casualties just on Russia's side.
Yeah, and on that, Russia is the aggressor here, but they don't hold all the cards. So how badly do you think Russia and Vladimir Putin need to end this war?
Well, if past is prologue, in spite of the fact that Russia has spilled so much blood and treasure, there's no indication, there's no evidence that Vladimir Putin is interested in a ceasefire or a peace deal. What he does want to do is install a puppet regime in Kyiv. He's never wavered from that strategic objective. He'd like to take over territory that Russia has not even conquered yet in the Donbass. He wants to drive a wedge between the United States and Europe and between the United States and Ukraine. So I think he's going to be probing all of those things. And you make the point as well about Russia trying to split the war in Ukraine from Russia's overall bilateral relationship with the United States. Expect Putin to dangle options for strategic arms control, as well as reviving the economic relationship between our countries. It's noteworthy that Putin is bringing along the head of Russia's direct foreign investment fund, Kirill Dmitriev, with him. It doesn't have a whole lot to do with the war in Ukraine, but he might have something to do with a post-war U.S.-Russia reset.
Yeah, and the president said yesterday to Brian Kilmeade he doesn't want to say in advance if economic incentives or disincentives will be a part of the conversation, but I'm sure it's something that Vladimir Putin is hoping for in terms of the incentive element. The Russian government has also reiterated that their goals in ending this war remain unchanged, and that has to do with territorial lines being redrawn. The president is saying that this is just going to be a listening exercise, and any decisions that get made, Ukraine will, of course, be brought into those discussions. So the trilateral meeting with Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky, and potentially President Trump, that's where things could get really tricky.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful not to get too far ahead of ourselves on that. Certainly that's possible down the road, but let's see what happens today first. Look, Russia controls roughly 20% of Ukraine, and the Donbass is an area where Ukraine doesn't want to give up any further territory. If we halt the war at the line of contact right now, those are heavily fortified areas, and Ukraine could potentially deter future Russian attacks as long as they get support, military support from Europe. But I think we're a long ways off, even though we're discussing the possibility of a trilateral. We need to get through today first and see where that leads us.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, everything kicks off early morning with the president hopping on a plane, going to Joint Base Andrews, and then he'll be meeting with Vladimir Putin at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. And there's also the expectation of a joint press conference, which will be very, very interesting to see and something we will be following closely. Dan Hoffman live for us. Dan, thank you so much.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need with full business functionality and design tail.
All right, we're using the trumpets. It must be a big deal today. The stage is set for President Trump's high-stakes summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
So the president's preparing to leave the White House on his way to Alaska very soon.
And we have live team coverage. We have DrPaulCottrell overseas on the state of the Russia-Ukraine war. But we begin with Peter Ducey, who is live in Anchorage, Alaska. Hey, Peter.
Good morning, and we are standing about 4,275 miles away from the White House. It is a long way for Air Force One to come later on this hour. But President Trump thinks once he gets here, he'll be able to feel Putin out within 2 minutes.
I think it's going to be very interesting. We're going to find out where everybody stands, and I'll know within the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or 5 minutes, like we tend to find out whether or not we're going to have a good meeting or a bad meeting. And if it's a bad meeting, it'll end very quickly. And if it's a good meeting, we're going to end up getting peace in the pretty near future.
Today we may see something that hasn't happened since the last time Donald Trump was president. Before the Ukraine war, President Trump and President Putin standing side by side answering reporter questions, although the president is handicapping the chances of Putin passing on the Q&A at 1 out of 4.
This meeting sets up, it's like a chess game. This meeting sets up the second meeting. But there is a 25% chance that this meeting will not be a successful meeting, in which case I will run the country, and we have made America great again already in 6 months. And at a minimum, I've counted way down.
The last time Putin met with the U.S. President, Joe Biden, in Switzerland in 2021. The sit-down did not deter Putin from invading Ukraine. President Trump now trying something completely different this term, including possibly pitching Russia's return to the G7, making it once again the G8.
As Putin knows, I'm the toughest one that he's ever had to deal with. He's never had to deal with anybody like me. And here's the other thing, Brian. They got nothing out of Trump. They got no land. I think he respects our country now. He didn't respect it under Biden. Nobody respected us under Biden. But he respects our country now. Right. And we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
And there's been talk about land swaps, what Ukraine gets, what Russia gets, but this entire deal may ultimately hinge on rare earth minerals that exist beneath the ground here in Alaska. President Trump is expected to offer some kind of access in exchange for a ceasefire. Back to you.
So, Peter, is it true the Kremlin team will have their chief investment officer there, that somebody that would be there only to talk economic issues? He would have no role in any war talk.
Yes, Brian. And in fact, the Treasury Department did something that sometimes happens around like United Nations General Assembly when Iran wants to bring a bunch of sanctioned people to New York City, which is something that we see every single year. They have the Treasury Department has gone ahead and waived sanctions on people who are sanctioned specifically because of their part in the Russian government, the Russian hierarchy, top economic officials in Russia, so that they can come here to the United States today to participate in this meeting. They're not getting rid of the sanctions forever. It is like a waiver, basically, to come to this Air Force base today and talk about things. And we know that the Russian team, the Russian delegation, has already started to arrive. We've seen Russian planes landing at Ted Stevens Airport, and we know that Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, Marco Rubio's counterpart, is already at a hotel around here getting things set for Putin's arrival later on.
So, Peter, to that point, who is all going to be in the meeting from the U.S. side? Is it the president, Marco Rubio? Will J.D. Vance be there? I think I heard last night that Attorney General Pam Bondi was going to be in town. Is that true?
We expect the actual summit meeting, the big sit down, to be like a 2-and-2. So we think it's going to be President Trump and Marco Rubio with Putin and Lavrov, and then possibly some translators. There was talk about it just being a one-on-one with Putin and Trump and nobody else except the translators in the meeting. We do think there are going to be some of the diplomats that have been working on the finer points of a possible ceasefire. But again, as President Trump is now saying, this is not going to be the end of the war. They just need to figure out exactly what Russia needs to stop shooting, to stop trying to advance within Ukraine. Once they figure that out, and once there is a ceasefire, then they'll get Zelensky in, and then they'll figure out what he needs to go to the Ukrainian people with for a national referendum. There was early talk last week about Zelensky coming to this first meeting, but then he made clear to the Trump administration that he cannot actually concede any of the land that Russia wants in a deal. He needs to go to the Ukrainian parliament. They need to have a national referendum. So it's going to be, for lack of a better term, a whole thing with the Ukrainians. And so this is just going to be President Trump trying to stop the killing. His big thing is that tens of thousands of people are dying just since he took office. He wants that part to stop, and then they can figure out what the map is going to look like, the actual map at the end of the war.
All right, thanks, Peter. We'll check in with you. 7 minutes now to the hour. Let's get the foreign perspective. DrPaulCottrell with the latest on the Russia-Ukraine war and the stakes.
Before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower to help you to consolidate memory, to be well rested in the morning after you wake up, and also it's going to help to detoxify the central nervous system. Goodnight Formula is going to allow you to get into those cycles of REM sleep, 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep, and deep sleep, to be able to do those things that I just mentioned. So it's really important. Sleep deprivation can lead to early onset of dementia if it's chronic. Let me rephrase that. So you have to pay attention. Sleep deprivation chronically increases the chances of early onset of dementia. All right? Not only that, it's a well-known fact that if you get proper sleep, you're slowing down the aging process because your body's healing. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Another great supplement to take to help with supporting your memory and to get rid of brain fog and to be able to concentrate on tasks. That supplement is Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will help with those dendritic connections, positive neuroplasticity. It'll allow you to think faster, have better memory over time. But you also need to look at this in a holistic fashion. Drink filtered water, stop eating processed foods, create the microenvironment for your neurons to connect better by learning new things, by doing some exercises, resistance training, some cardio, some balancing exercises, some stretching. Those all activate different nerves. By stretching and balancing, you're activating your cerebellum. By having better musculature, you're activating a different type of neuron. But not just that, you're being able to control your blood glucose levels. More bone, more musculature on your skeletal system, more muscles, is actually helps you with controlling your A1C levels. So if you start losing muscle mass when you get older and you start eating improperly, don't be surprised that you're borderline diabetic or diabetic. So it behooves you to look at this holistically, because if you create this microenvironment where you're stimulating the nerves, you're stimulating the neurons, you are having better blood flow to the brain, then you're going to have this positive neuroplasticity, especially if you're learning new things, reading, writing, talking to people, proper mindfulness or spirituality. These are all real positive vectors that will help with cognitive function and motor coordination. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. It's super important to take. So a great stack is the Goodnight Formula and the Clarity Factor. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Brian, we have been traveling to Ukraine for years now, watching the fighting there. A lot of people there are watching very closely what will be said in Alaska. The White House is calling this a listening exercise. It is clear Putin has a lot to get off his chest. It is assumed he will be asking for all the land, some 20% of Ukraine in the south and east, that they've managed to occupy in all this time of fighting, basically keeping the front line as it is, and maybe more. It's been called a land swap, but according to some analysts, it's really a land grab, as Russia seems only willing to give up about 5% of what it has seized from Ukraine. For his part, President Trump says he wants a ceasefire. He also is saying, however, that no details of any territorial swap would occur at this meeting, that it would wait until Zelensky was also there. A three-way summit meeting could be promised. As for Zelensky, guys, he buys the ceasefire idea, but at the moment is not willing to give up any land to Russia, calling that a reward for aggression. He wants some security guarantees from Europe. A lot of people there have given a lot of sacrifices over the years. They want to feel like these last few years were not completely wasted, that they have something for it. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. Donald Trump is supposed to leave the White House, or the motorcade's supposed to depart from the White House at 6:45. So we might get him on camera pretty soon. In this hour, it's 8:10 here. I mean, it's 6:08 here on the East Coast. But the schedule is for him to depart Joint Base Andrews this morning, and then he'll land in Anchorage.
With Kristen's help, we've built our platform to not just respond to customer needs, but anticipate them. So for employees, that means they always know the next best act.
This morning, and then he'll land in Anchorage, Alaska. It's a 7-hour flight. He said yesterday that he hopes to have that second meeting. He was on your radio show, I know, and then he also talked from the Oval Office. But he hopes to have a second meeting, and Zelensky would be invited to that. And the European leaders have said that would be a must. So he'll have this one-on-one conversation with Putin, and then after that, they will have this business lunch. So I imagine the diplomats on both sides will be invited to that.
Well, Brian, you made some news on your show yesterday, because all the reporting thus far before that interview was that the one condition leaving that first meeting was the ceasefire. Now, it looks like, based on that interview that we heard yesterday on the show, we'll play here in a second, that the president is not saying it has to be a ceasefire necessarily in that first meeting. Let's play it.
How will you know if he's in the mindset for a ceasefire and a long-term end to the conflict?
Well, I think you'll know that in the first couple of minutes, but I think you already know that because he's coming to Alaska, he's coming to the USA, and I think you know that. I think that's a nice statement. I just heard it. You gave me a little breaking news. I appreciate it. But I think he wants to get it done. I really feel he wanted the whole thing. I think if it weren't me, if it was somebody else, he would be not talking to anybody.
And when he was referring to the fact that, as I got in there, Vladimir Putin made a statement that he appreciates, of this paraphrase, the sincerity of the president's efforts, the U.S.'s efforts to bring some type of peace in the region. So he said, I'm less interested in a ceasefire, more into a peace deal. European leaders said two things. Try to get a ceasefire. You got to get a ceasefire, and you got to get security guarantees before you even talk about land.
Well, did you get a sense that Vladimir Putin, that is his agenda, that is his goal? Because the Wall Street Journal this morning says that they think Putin's goal is to keep Trump in good graces, A, and B, pursue his longer-term ambition of reasserting Moscow's dominance over Kyiv.
Well, the president has already said that the thing that is driving him crazy with Putin, he says good graces, and to your point, that's the reporting from Wall Street Journal. The president said the thing that's driving him crazy with Putin right now is in the morning he tells him that he's going to stop the killing, things are going to get back to normal. But then at night, he's targeting civilians. So it's not like there's this mystery of what President Trump wants out of this meeting, right, bro?
Yeah, he picked up the cadence of the attacks. He's trying to move the front lines as far as possible, because I sense that Vladimir Putin knows he's going to freeze eventually. So he's trying to make so much progress leading into this. But Ainsley, to the Wall Street Journal's point, if the president feels as though he's trying to be, tapping along, he's going to do the same. He's going to go, it's over. Yeah, I'm done talking. Here come the sanctions. And he said it 2 days ago. He said there will be ramifications if we don't walk away with some type of progress here, let alone a ceasefire ends the meeting. President can't look weak. And just remember, we had another meeting scheduled with Iran the day before we hit. The president hits a threshold, but he's not going to telegraph it. And I just think it's interesting because if it goes bad, they still have a breakfast planned and it's a big format.
Right.
So it's like going on a date and saying, hey, by the end of this, going on a breakfast date, I have lunch and dinner planned. And I'm thinking to myself, don't you want to make sure breakfast goes well? Mm-hmm. But no, they got a whole format and they got a whole press conference at the end.
Just like a date, Donald Trump says he'll know if it's going to go well in the first few minutes.
That's what they say. I know.
All right, don't miss our special coverage of the Trump and Putin summit starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Fox. Then at 6 o'clock, Brett Baer is going to be live from Alaska.
We're going to go to the clip from Bloomberg about the U.S. July retail sales rise despite tariff uncertainty.
A reasonably good but a slightly disappointing retail sales number. Headline number comes in at 0.5%. Last month was 0.6 unrevised, and the forecast was for 0.6. For autos, ex-autos, we're at 0.3, which is what was forecast. That's down from an unrevised 0.5 last month. The control group that everybody cares about, of course, is up 0.5, same as last month. That would be good news. It shows Americans are still out there spending. Of course, I'm saying good news, and the markets probably aren't liking it. Import prices up 0.4%, and ex-petroleum up 0.3. That would suggest one thing: importers are not bearing the brunt of Trump's tariffs, Trump's import taxes. They are actually keeping prices steady and not cutting them. One other number out, the Empire manufacturing number increases to 11.9 from 5.5. And I'm sorry to take up too much time, but I got to give you the revisions here on retail sales just now. In June, 0.9, up from 0.6. So you add that to the 0.5, and we have had a pretty strong summer for consumers. For the control group, 0.8 instead of the initially reported 0.5 in June. So another 0.5 there. And Americans are still spending money. The tariffs have not stopped them, and this is not going to be a sign that the Fed is anxious to cut interest rates.
All right. All right, let's listen in on MSNBC, their perspective of what's going on with this summit.
Let's get you on the ground in Anchorage with NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, and former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine Bill Taylor is with us as well. Monica, walk us through the choreography of this day. How is this going to play out? What else are we hearing from the president as he heads there? Yeah, Anna, it's expected to be a very high-stakes day of these meetings, but exactly what it's going to look like is still even a little bit up in the air, which just speaks to how this all came together and was really a bit of a scramble for the White House to get off the ground. But we know that the president will be landing here, and the Kremlin just said that when he arrives, when President Putin makes his way to the base where they will be having this meeting, President Trump will be there to greet him around 11 a.m. local, 3 p.m. Eastern. And I'm told by senior administration officials that this will be a literal rolling out of the red carpet for President Putin, which is so significant given the fact that this essentially ends his isolation from the Western world after Russia invaded Ukraine 3.5 years ago. The fact that he's going to have this meeting on U.S. soil and there will be those optics of an arrival and a greeting are, of course, going to be quite stark given what they are going to be discussing. But we know, Anna, that then there will be a smaller leader meeting with those translators and interpreters who have to do the job of communicating between the two. And of course, sometimes there are so many things that get lost in translation that become the headline of these kinds of meetings. Then they will open that up to a larger bilateral delegation lunch. And then after that, the plan is to have a joint news conference, but there's a possibility here that it could become a solo news conference, according to President Trump. He says if he doesn't like what he's hearing essentially from President Putin, he is stipulating that he wants to make progress and then he's willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. So we will see how that plays out. But we're also getting news on it of who is traveling with President Trump. We know that he has, of course, those who advise him on foreign policy. He has Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He has his special envoy, Steve Witkoff. But he's also traveling with the Commerce Secretary and the Treasury Secretary. And that's notable because he says, and he spoke a short time ago about this on Air Force One, that the Russian delegation is including a lot of their economic advisors as well, signaling that these talks could broaden out beyond the conflict in Ukraine. Here's a little more of what the president had to say.
I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia, and that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I gotta let Ukraine make that decision, and I think they'll make a proper decision.
but I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table.
And that's an incredibly important soundbite that you just heard there from President Trump on the plane, Anna, because earlier in a call with European leaders and with President Zelensky, he had said he wouldn't be talking about territorial swaps with President Putin. Today, he's giving that a little bit more nuance, saying, okay, it may come up, we may discuss it, but decisions about that shouldn't be made without Ukraine. And that, of course, raises the question of this potential next meeting with President Zelensky that is only going to be determined by the success of the talks ahead of us here in Anchorage today. Anna.
Ambassador, so much anticipation as we await the arrival of these two leaders. Rolling out the red carpet for Putin, what do you make of that choice? And how important is the stagecraft for a meeting of this caliber?
Well, normally these meetings, these summits, take place in neutral territory, in Austria or in Switzerland, or this used to be in Finland, when Finland was neutral. It's of course now a member of NATO. So it's a measure, I think, of Putin's eagerness to have this meeting that he's coming to the United States. President Trump has, as we say, home field advantage. He's now got a lot of advantages over Putin for this meeting, and we'll see if he uses them.
President Trump just posted from his flight that he, quote, had a wonderful talk with a highly respected president of Belarus, he writes. Ambassador, what's your read on that?
So not many people would agree that the president of Belarus is highly respected. President Lukashenko of Belarus is only in office because President Putin allows him to stay there. So I'm not sure what conversations with President Lukashenko will make.
Everybody stay with us. I want to also bring in senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, MSNBC contributor, Danielle Pletka. And Danielle, you write that President Trump seems to realize he's dealing with a different Putin than in his first term. Do you think that will carry through when it's just the two of them in the room? And who has the upper hand?
Oh, there's no question.
Download the Kayak app to search and compare prices on flights, cars, and hotels from hundreds of travel sites. Then do what people do. Check sites Kayak already checked. Play word game, play different word games. Shorty, cool word, thought it would be worth more. Oh yeah, back to the Kayak app for a great deal.
ScienceSoft. Project success no matter what. In healthcare since 2005, ScienceSoft has delivered more than 150 projects to bring our clients top-notch clinical automation solutions, patient apps,
Oh, there's no question. Look, I agree with the ambassador. The president has the upper hand. He likes to use the expression, who has the cards? And I don't think there's any doubt that Donald Trump has all the cards here. The reason Putin is in Alaska, the reason Putin is on American territory is because he has been threatened with tariffs, he's been threatened with sanctions, and he is nervous. He thinks he can manipulate Donald Trump to once again bend to his will, and I'm not sure that's the case.
Monica, President Trump has said that there is a 25% chance he fails today. It's a rare admission from him. What does success look like to this administration?
Well, and I think, Anna, that's part of the strategy here of lowering some of the expectations. The president has certainly been doing that all week long, and so has the White House when he has basically said this is a listening exercise. It's a feel-out operation. It's to see, he says, within the first minute or two, whether President Putin is serious about a potential path and framework to some kind of peace agreement. But I think when you talk about what is success for them, we know that already just having a meeting for President Putin here is victory enough for him. I think that is certainly what experts would say. But in terms of success for President Trump specifically, they want to see any kind of incremental progress. And they're probably going to put that in the terms of seeing if they can actually get President Putin to agree to a meeting with President Zelensky that, again, is not clear, but that's something they are very much pushing for. And the president says they're already looking at multiple locations where that could be possible. He had said he would like to even do that in Alaska, ideally, and that is what he's saying. But the possibility of that is very unlikely. It seems at this moment, Anna, though, certainly it seems that's what the president was pushing for
We'll see if that can materialize.
All right, we'll let you go. That darn Alaska wind catching the hair. You battled through. Thank you, Monica Alba, for your reporting. Ambassador, after all the phone calls this week between President Trump and Zelensky and European leaders, including another one today, we understand, are you confident the White House vision of success is going to align with allies' vision?
It sounds like it is, Anna. It sounds like the conversations with the Europeans and Zelensky on Wednesday was very productive, according to both sides. And they agreed, it sounds like, that they will not have conversations about territory. The only way you can have a conversation about territory, as Monica just said, is with Zelensky and the Ukrainians in the room. And so this meeting is, as President Trump says, setting the stage for the next meeting, which will be the important one to getting to a ceasefire. It's important to make it clear that we're talking about a ceasefire. We're not talking about solving all the problems. Those will be the result of negotiations that follow a ceasefire. But the first thing for President Trump is to push President Putin to agree to a meeting with Zelensky and an agreement to negotiate for a ceasefire.
Danielle, what would Putin say as a win coming out of this meeting?
Look, if he is able to distract the president, and I think that's his clear intention, if he is able to entice Donald Trump with some sort of concession and some sort of agreement, some sort of economic ties, then for him, I think that's a win, because Donald Trump is coming in looking for one thing at this point, and that is a complete, not a limited, not a sectoral ceasefire. An end to fighting between Ukraine and Russia that will set the stage for a dialogue about how to end the war. Any push off of that position for Vladimir Putin will be a win. The thing that's a problem for him, I think, is that Donald Trump is kind of onto his game and recognizes that. And that's why he has been, especially later in this week, much more adamant about how he's not going to be the one who concedes territory. He's the one who's setting the stage. That's really important. This is going to be a hard road for Putin to hoe.
Is it even about territory for Putin, Ambassador? What would Russia gain by acquiring these 4 Ukrainian territories they're currently occupying?
Putin cares about those 4, but he has always said he wants all of Ukraine. He wants to dominate Ukraine. It's not about that particular territory. He wants Ukraine to be Belarus. And we just said he wants just to focus on eliminating Ukraine. And so, yes, he'll take what he can get in terms of the territory right now, but he will be setting the stage to go further after this. That's what Putin has said he's after, and I believe that's still what he wants.
What about the economic component, Danielle, as Monica laid out these 2 delegations? Russia's finance minister is there. Their special envoy for investment is along with this trip. We also know on the U.S. side, Treasury Secretary Bessent, Commerce Secretary Lutnick are part of the U.S. delegation. The Kremlin has said bilateral trade will be discussed today. Trump saying no business until the war stops. Do you think there's a chance Putin comes out of this with some sort of ability to do business with the U.S.? And would that be a justifiable concession if it brings an end to the fighting?
So I think that we have 2 different perspectives here. The first is the perspective of Vladimir Putin, who thinks that he can dangle economic incentives in front of Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump, real estate guy, business guy, is going to bite. Donald Trump comes at this with a not dissimilar idea, but his idea is that this is not the bait, this is the reward. And so I suspect that is why we see Donald Trump bringing with him Bessent, Lutnick, and others. That's if Putin is willing to do the right thing and go to the ceasefire. Otherwise, they're just there for a trip to get away from Washington in August, and I don't blame them for that.
All righty.
We are not a traditional cafe. We're completely unconventional. And my book's website really has to capture the same magic.
the way this particular summit has done is so haphazard. We don't even know what the goals are. Is it a ceasefire? Is it a deal? Because actually it might just be a sounding out session, is what Trump has actually sometimes said it would be.
It's 8 hours until talks begin in Anchorage, the highly anticipated summit between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. So it kicks off really at 8 o'clock British time in the evening. Donald Trump has been speaking ahead of the meeting.
We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. I don't know that it's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great.
And the Defence Secretary, John Healey, also spoke to Times Radio earlier this morning, saying what he hoped would come out of the summit.
We want to see this as a first step to the end of the fighting, the first step towards serious negotiations in which Putin and Russia are serious about a long-term peace, in which the Ukrainians are involved, because you can't have decisions and negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine.
It was interesting hearing Trump talk, where he basically says he's going to sit down with Putin and then sit down with Putin and Zelensky. That's absurd, Michael, isn't it?
Well, it is pretty absurd because there's absolutely no assurance that Putin will agree to meet Zelensky. Absolutely. And he's saying all sorts of things, we're going to do this and then we're going to do that. Well, that depends on how the talks go. And if he just meets a blank, if he meets a sort of stone wall from Putin, which is quite likely, and then he has to decide, do I get tough, do I get angry, what do I do now? Or do I start bargaining about this or that? And the other problem is it looks as though they're putting everything in reverse order. They're sort of muttering about, possible investment in Russia, oil and gas and all that sort of thing. They haven't even got a ceasefire. Surely the first thing to negotiate is a ceasefire. You can't do anything before you've got that.
Absolutely. Cindy, you're nodding your head along to that. I mean, it is an absurd thing, although when Michael mentions oil and gas, I can't help thinking whether Putin's simply going to say, we'll give you all the oil, Donald, if you give us what we want.
Yeah, I'm not sure tying oil and gas consumption up with Russia is the best learning from the Ukraine invasion. But yeah, I'm nodding because I think on this, the European approach has been much more reasonable, just in terms of a ceasefire first, Kiev in the room, and then also security guarantees for Ukraine in the future, because how do you know that Russia's not going to come back for another slice, for another bite in a few years' time? You just don't right now. So I think, obviously Trump wants to get this war finished, and I do think that the maximalist position, that is if you think that Ukraine won't be...
In many people, as I'm having my lunch, many people aren't making the statement. The Chinese want the United States to divert its attention in the European theater so the Chinese can continue to do their build-out in the Pacific theater. China wants a two-front war to have us muddle along. In addition, China also wants us to be in a quagmire in the Middle East. So the faster that Trump does this, the quicker our attention can be on the first island chains. And when it comes to oligarchs, which are the support structure for Putin, it's all about money. And where's most of that money coming from for the oligarchs? State-owned enterprises that were sold off after the fall of the Soviet Union. What are some of those state-owned enterprises? Real estate and oil and gas. And that's why this thing is about energy. But these, quote, experts don't bring this up. And this is why I'm saying that if you look at the energy prices, natural gas is suppressed right now. Oil is suppressed right now. So this is about energy. There's market manipulation going on for national security reasons.
Anything at all from the situation. I think that's probably unrealistic. There probably has to be some compromises. the way this particular summit has done is so haphazard. We don't even know what the goals are. Is it a ceasefire? Is it a deal? Because actually, it might just be a sounding out session, is what Trump has actually sometimes said it would be.
Well, that's what it does sound like. I mean, that's the best way I think he can get away with this summit, which I think is going to be a complete disaster, is simply to say, well, I've started a dialogue. Just out of interest, Cindy, as you're on and you're
now, if the oligarchs like what they're hearing about reducing sanctions, getting Russia integrated into the world economy, having Russia being a more of a partner and being integrated in the G8 again, potentially being an ally with the United States with a two-front war against China. These are all positive for everybody, especially if you want to circumvent the expansionism of the Chinese empire. All right? But if Putin doesn't play ball, the oligarchs are going to be unhappy. And it increases the chances of something mysteriously happening to Putin. Again, experts not bringing this up.
China and China politics. President Xi will simply be kind of sitting this one out and observing, when he's not particularly interested in engaging.
No, I mean, the Russian invasion kind of suits China in the sense that it diverts the Western attention. That's why when the Europeans are annoyed about why China's not helping them end the war a bit more, it's like, well, yeah, because then when the war's over, the West's going to be targeting China next. So it suits Beijing right now. After this summit, Putin is going to China.
Yes, for the VJ, as in, well, we call it VJ Day. So, did you forget that 20 million Chinese were killed in that? So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Japanese went to China first. So it's, World War II really was a big thing in Asia as well. So Putin will be going for that, as well as for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is a kind of Chinese multilateral organization as well. So we'll get a debrief on what was being said.
And Michael,
introducing the second generation Blink video doorbell, designed to give you complete peace of mind no matter where you are. With a battery life up to 2.
So this commercial, the person that had put the camera at their door in suburbia. Now, why are you living in an environment where there's so much crime that you absolutely, positively need to have a camera on your house? Don't you think that you should go back to, like, the good old days, minimalism, where you can, like, remember when you were a kid and you didn't have to lock the door because you trusted your neighbor? You lived in an environment where it wasn't crime-ridden?
And Michael, Steve Witkoff, who is obviously an expert in geopolitics, having worked in real estate for 50 years, has talked about sort of West Bank style occupation for Ukraine. What on earth does that mean?
Absolutely nothing at all. No idea. I mean, the West Bank at the moment is a disaster anyway. I mean, the people are being pushed out by very, very aggressive settlers, and the occupation of the West Bank is illegal in any case under international law. And so I don't know what he has in mind for Ukraine. Does that mean somebody's going to take charge of Ukraine and there will be a military occupation of some kind? There's no sense to that.
Right, well, let's talk very briefly before we head to the news about the other breaking news from Donald Trump, which is he's reviving the presidential fitness test. It's actually not a test for presidents. It's a national physical fitness testing program conducted in US public middle and high schools. It ran from the late 1950s. President Obama abandoned it in 2012. Cindy,
Now, it's important to go back to history and understand this, and I doubt that they'll bring this up. I've never seen this video before, so we're playing it off the cuff here. When pre-World War I and especially World War II, all right, the Army noticed that individuals that were serving were not physically fit, and there was malnutrition, actually. because many people, think about this, a big part of the economy in the United States was agricultural, all right? And especially between the war years, that was the Great Depression. So you had malnutrition that was a big problem. So the Army came up with this idea, well, in schools, and this is where the elite institutions started pushing for sports. They wanted the students to have more musculature, better fit. So football, baseball, soccer, these sports, I'm not sure when soccer became really a thing in the United States. I think it was post World War II, but definitely football and rugby, those sports, rowing, those sports provided the musculature for the ideal recruit for a war effort. So sports in academia was to create students that they could pull from for a war effort, especially for commissioned officers, all right? Because of what they were seeing pre-World War I and during the intermediate years between World War I and World War II, malnutrition was a major problem. Okay. That sets in motion after the war, World War II, nutritional requirements, the food pyramid, all right? Also, there's an increased ramp up of sports in schools post-World War II, all right? And this idea that you need fitness, this fitness test, because we were in now the Cold War and we didn't know what was gonna happen. You know, when eventually we had Korean War and the Vietnam War, and all right? So if he's reinstituting it, one, it's gonna help a society because it's obese. We're on the other side of the spectrum. During the interim years of the wars, World War I and World War II, there was malnutrition. Now we have unfit population on the other side of the spectrum. It's not with a low BMI, it's with a high BMI, which is probably even worse. So getting the population fit enough to be able to sustain a war effort, to conduct a war effort. You look at recruits that are going into the Navy or the Army, they're way overweight. You look at just old movies, let's say of the 20s or the 40s or the 50s, and you look at their body mass, their BMI, and you look at today, it's just radically different. Now we know why. It's the McDonald's and the processed foods and the pop and the sugary substances, the lack of physical activity with kids. Obesity is rampant with kids these days. So bringing this back is twofold here. Helping the health of the youth, but also to provide a pool for recruits for a war.
Just PE, isn't it? I mean,
I've got kind of trauma of bleep test in the school.
Did you ever get? There are moments when everyone bangs on about the Canadian Air Force test.
No.
Every decade or so, the Canadian Air Force test emerges as the perfect 15 minutes of exercise you can do. This is what it reminds me of. I mean, maybe we should have a prime ministerial fitness test in British schools.
I thought that's what you said that Trump was suggesting first, and to prevent someone like Biden ever getting back in there again. Because Trump's actually quite fit. But I assume this is a RFK kind of proposal to kind of make America more healthy, and America does have a massive health issue. I think the UK has a massive obesity issue as well. So I think, more focus on fitness. I can get behind this Trump policy.
Yeah, I think we do have an obesity problem in this country, but we do take our sport quite seriously. I mean, there's always a debate about playing fields being sold off, not enough sport being
they shouldn't be sold off. No,
but in some ways, I quite like this kind of back to the future idea of a government-sponsored annual fitness test for our school kids.
Yeah, I don't know whether it could be an app.
If you step back and you watch this pendulum, I've been talking about this pendulum swinging from It was conservative, and then it went to liberal, and now it's coming back to conservative. But there's many aspects to this. Spirituality is going to increase as the pendulum goes to conservatism. Country, if your affiliation with your country and supporting your country is going to increase as the pendulum swings more towards conservatism. Family creation is going to, in that family unit, and the importance of family is going to increase as that pendulum is swinging from liberalism to conservatism. But what also is going to happen is that you're going to start seeing in advertisements, and you're going to start seeing less of the woke stuff and more of the traditional. With multiculturalism, you can have multiculturalism, but not a woke agenda. And that's what the difference will be. So back in the 50s, it was basically WASP America, white Anglo-Saxon, white Anglo, Protestant kind of environment, right? Now, because of more ethnic groups in the United States that have moved up the social ladder, these advertisements will be multicultural, but it won't be woke agenda. That's different. With the woke agenda, that's like looking at Star Wars, all right? The last couple movies of Star Wars were terrible, right? Because it had this woke agenda. But you can have multiculturalism in the movies. You can have multiculturalism in advertising, but you're not pushing an agenda. All right. So America is multicultural. So I'm not saying that we need to, as the pendulum is swinging towards conservatism, that it means that it's just white America. That's not what I'm talking about. But conservative values, even in a multicultural environment, is going to be prevalent instead of this push for woke liberalism. So that's something that to keep in mind is that we're taking pieces of the old parts of America, the 1950s and 1940s, taking the good from that, because there were bad stuff that was going on back then, especially in terms of racial division, but taking the good part of that, of conservatism, and applying it to this new era of conservatism, this multicultural conservatism, for lack of a better term or description. But it's happening. And so some of the things that you would be seeing post World War II, or even the interim wars, the interim years of the wars of World War I and World War II, you're gonna start seeing. I've been noticing it. There's a bigger push for scholastic and athletic achievement. Now, part of that is because of the NIL, where students can now make money being a student athlete. So there is a market mechanism that pushes for this, but there is an added benefit. One, you have more people that are fit. Two, you have a better pool of people to actually serve the country if you're in a war. Now, I'm against really the NIL because I think a student athlete, it shouldn't be focused on the money and the advertisement revenue. They should be more focused on the education and the love of the sport. Now, if they're really good at it, then they can go and become pro. That's fine. But I don't think schools should be supporting NIL. I'm against NIL. But there is this movement, there is this pendulum that's moving towards conservatism and taking some of the goods of the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s and teleporting it into the 2025 as this pendulum is swinging towards conservatism.
And
what does Trump represent? Trump represents Reagan. Trump represents, in a soul root, George Washington. So what was Reagan? Reagan was about God and country, right? And there was a conservative value. George Washington was about country, and there was a certain code of conduct. He even wrote a book that was about code of conduct, right? And then there's also an element of JFK. We're going against the deep state, going against the grain of the national security state. So we're this pendulum's moving to conservatism. Now, people would say, well, JFK was a Democrat. Well, if you took the composition of JFK and what he thought near the end of his term, near the end of his reign as president before he was assassinated, he was more of a centrist. That in today's context, many things that he believed in were actually conservative values.
Well, I mean, regular fitness as part of the school curriculum is very important. And I think regular exercise in any way, either organized sport or just people set a series of exercises they should do to keep them in shape and tell them not to eat too much and stop eating sweets and burgers and all the things that are bad for you. I mean, Trump is hardly an example of what to eat. I mean, he has a diet of burger.
But there's a bigger issue. It's setting the stage for a more productive society, a more healthy society. And when you have a more healthy society, you're going to have less healthcare costs. And you have a better pool of people to serve in the military when you need it.
Diet Coke, I think that's all he ever eats. And no one understands how he ever manages a state banquet.
But so much of this is genetic, because Trump is it comes across as a very high energy person. And you yourself, Michael, are an incredibly youthful figure, and yet you don't strike me as someone who kind of jogged regularly.
No, and I should. I'd be more youthful if I jogged more often. And certainly I ought to do various exercises. And people have shown me how to do sort of stomach crunches and things, which would be, well, I suppose I could try. But yeah, it's important to keep fit. It's important not to eat too much. That's the first thing. And just to keep awake and alive and to keep fit. Yes, I mean, what's the old motto? In mens sana in corpore sano, as all us Latin speakers know.
Well, we won't ask David Cameron to translate that. Cindy, fitness regimes in China. I mean, Chinese schools have proper exercise mornings, don't they?
Yeah. I went to 3 years of primary education in China, and we had pretty serious PE lessons, and it was all very ranked as well. They didn't shy away from telling you that you were not as good as your classmates and how fast you ran compared to everyone else. We also used to have eye exercises. So kind of physical related, but in between classes, a teacher would kind of lead you to massage your temples and your eyebrows and your
I've heard about these.
And they're really good. They're really, really good.
It's true, isn't it?
Yeah. And that, so you have like 30 kids sitting in class, all kind of massaging their face.
What is that meant to do?
It relaxes for eye strain, it relaxes the nerves and the muscles around your face. So if you're studying for 12 hours a day, which Chinese kids are, it's meant to be some kind of light.
Yeah. So it adds to the competition, and there's nothing wrong to have competition. Now, what does the woke agenda want? Don't compete. Just get fat. Just be part of the nanny state. Be dependent on big government. But when you have competition, that's more in line with capitalism. That's more in line with having vitality and vigor in life.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want.
Putin's not coming to Alaska to make peace in Ukraine. A ceasefire might possibly be something that he offers up, or perhaps a pause to the bombardment of Ukrainian cities. But I'm very skeptical about that. I think it's going to be probably something in a different domain.
Now, all eyes on Alaska tomorrow. Vladimir Putin has praised Donald Trump's attempts to end the Ukraine war as energetic and sincere. The Russian leader made these remarks ahead of that summit tomorrow, suggesting he might be open to a new treaty on nuclear weapons between the US and Russia. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky went to Downing Street for talks with Sir Keir Starmer this morning, and they focused on security guarantees ahead of the summit. Matthew Luxmore is a foreign correspondent for the Wall Street Journal. Matthew, officially, Western leaders have to say how confident they are in Donald Trump's efforts at diplomacy, and indeed how grateful they are to him. But the truth is that behind the scenes, their knees must be knocking, surely.
Yeah, I think they're very worried about a kind of Yalta 2.0 where Trump and Putin get together and do what Putin's been dreaming about for a long time, which is kind of hashing out the fate of Europe's security infrastructure and also the fate of Ukraine. Now, the Ukrainians and the Europeans have been really kind of getting together over the last few days to try and prevail upon the American side to avoid giving Putin a sense that they're willing to do that, or indeed kind of making any agreements on anything of that sort in Alaska. And Zelensky has made clear there's not going to be an agreement on Ukraine without Ukraine. And luckily, it does seem like the Trump administration and the White House has made this clear, and Trump as well. They're downplaying expectations. They're making clear that they understand the European position. And this is a kind of feel-out exercise. It's a case of getting together with Putin. And I think from Trump's perspective, trying to gauge how serious Putin is about making peace.
Who will be in the room, apart from the interpreters? Will it be Trump with
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. It'll boost up your immune system. Magnesium also helps the efficacy of vitamin D3, and magnesium is super important for brain function. And guess what? In 5 years, you're going to know a lot of people that have early onset of dementia. Vitamin C and magnesium, super important for your skin, for your immune system. Again, magnesium helps with the brain function. Take them together is a powerful stack for your immune system and brain function. Another great supplement to take is Cleanse. Cleanse will help to boost up your immune system. You take a teaspoon a day, every day, swish in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and swallow. It'll help the epithelial lining in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx and boost up that immune system. Super important to keep those epithelial cells healthy. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day until you feel better, and then go back to your maintenance dose. I've been taking Max 35, Max 14, the different labelings for Cleanse for over 5 years now, every day. Now, another great supplement that's important to take is omega-3. Omega-3 is going to help to bring down systemic inflammation and help with your cardiovascular health by helping your body to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. With less LDL, less plaque buildup. It's pretty simple. Now, if you couple that with proper diet and exercise, you get enough sleep, right? You bring down that inflammation, you bring down those free radicals, you apply a holistic approach to your health, you're actually going to improve your cardiovascular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the omega-3. Great stack is the omega-3 for the cardiovascular health and for the immune system and brain function, the vitamin C with magnesium and magnesium and zinc. Great stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Click the link, go to the website, use discount 5, all caps. Discount and the number 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, guess what? You get a free gift until supplies last. And it's important that you drink your coffee every day. it behooves you to actually pay attention how to improve your health and wellness and how to make some money in the market. Guess what? You know why? Because Dr. Paul Cottrell is never wrong.
Cough in the room with Putin.
Well, we don't know exactly, but it seems from reporting that we've seen that the initial meeting will be Putin and Trump with translators. Then I think they'll bring in a bigger delegation, Witkoff, Rubio, etc., Lavrov. And then I think they're due to give a press conference. But I think the initial stage will be the way Trump likes to do things, and certainly the way Putin wants it as well, which is the two of them speaking together. And we know that in previous summits, there was some confusion about note takers, whether Trump was even taking notes or whether anyone was taking notes of the meeting, for example, in Helsinki. But I think in this situation, we're hoping that everything will be documented and recorded.
Yes, I mean, the idea that there won't be note takers, I mean, this is madness, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Trump definitely has this style of, it's a personal style. He believes in personal agency and meeting with other world leaders and making decisions that are very, very important to make over the phone or through, back channels, diplomacy, through other representatives of their government. And for Putin, it's a chance to influence Trump, to try and convince him of Russia's position and perhaps to deliver a very long historical monologue about what he perceives to be the history of Russia and Ukraine relations. So Putin will be trying to kind of bring Trump around to his perspective on things, and I think Trump will be trying to get Putin at least to agree to a ceasefire.
Right. How likely is it that a ceasefire is the result, an immediate ceasefire is the result of tomorrow's summit, not even featuring Ukraine?
Well, look, I think the important thing is that
when you get in your car, you just need to put your location in the trip planner. It recommends where you need to stop, for how long, plug in, and you can go about.
Well, look, I think the important thing is that Putin's not coming to Alaska to make peace in Ukraine. Putin has talked, and his administration has talked for a very long time about the fact that they want to improve relations with the US. They want to strike various economic deals. They had Kirill Dmitriev, who is very versed in this stuff, fluent English speaker, flying to Washington, D.C. to, talk a good game about, striking economic deals with Russia. Putin has said we have far larger reserves of rare earths than Ukraine, which of course struck a deal with the US, giving them access to some of this stuff in Ukraine. So I think Putin wants to come to Alaska and say, look, the war in Ukraine is a complex thing. It's something you're not going to fully understand because, we have centuries of conflict with Ukraine. We're trying to sort it out. We will make peace ultimately. But look, there's all this other stuff that we can talk about. There's nuclear deals, as you mentioned earlier. This is something that might be agreed on, like renewing the New START treaty or something like this. But he also, I think Putin understands he needs to bring something to the table, some kind of gesture that he needs to make Trump think that he's not, dragging his feet over Ukraine. So a ceasefire might possibly be something that he offers up, or perhaps pause to the bombardment of Ukrainian cities. But I'm very skeptical about that. I think it's going to be probably something in a different domain.
I mean, shouldn't we still be outraged, really, that a despot like Putin, who invaded another sovereign country, is getting the opportunity to parade on the international stage? There couldn't be a bigger one tomorrow in the United States. I mean, it is all bizarre, isn't it?
I mean, it's incredible how much things have changed in the past 3.5 years, right? Putin has an arrest warrant out in his name from the ICC. He was definitely seen widely in Europe and beyond as a war criminal 2 years ago. And now he gets a chance to go to Alaska and meet on a US military base, as far as we know, with the US president. It's quite an incredible turn of events. It's in many ways a result of Trump's efforts and his style of negotiation as well. But I think for Putin, we'll see this as a chance to show, as you mentioned, that he is not an international pariah, despite the fact that they waged this war for 3.5 years, and he's not someone that cannot leave his own country at risk of arrest.
And Matthew, a listener called Scott is asking about this idea, certainly read about it in the Times yesterday on times.com, about the idea that Ukraine would have effectively a kind of West Bank style occupation. Is that honestly a possibility?
I'm not quite sure which exact part of Ukraine your listener is referring to, but I think Trump has made quite clear that there won't be a discussion over what he called last week, possible land swaps between the two countries. The Europeans and the Ukrainians have made very clear to the American side that this is not something that they're going to agree to. So anything that is agreed upon between Trump and Putin is not something that is going to be kind of legitimized up.
But so people don't need to be alarmed that Russia won't effectively be allowed to control the area it already occupies in Ukraine in a sort of copy of what happens in the West Bank.
Well, I think people should be very worried about that because that's what's happening right now. I mean, Russia de facto controls the territory that it is occupying, right?
So is there any, sorry to interrupt, but is there a chance that they could simply be left there, allowed to carry on in much the same way?
That is the status quo right now, right? So absent any agreement on Ukraine, that will continue to be the case. Russia controls and has ultimate control over the territory it currently occupies in Ukraine. Ukraine has been unable to oust the Russians out of that territory. So what Ukraine is hoping for is a deal that allows it to claw back some of that territory. Absent any peace deal, that is the situation right now. Russia will keep controlling that area unless their army collapses, which, again, has not been the case since Ukraine launched a big counteroffensive in 2023.
Just in brief, if you can, Matthew, what would be the best outcome tomorrow for Chancellor Merz and President Macron and Prime Minister Keir Starmer and President Zelensky?
Well, I think the best outcome would be if Trump gets Putin to commit to a softening of his hardline position on Ukraine. Publicly, Russia's demands on Ukraine have not changed since the war started, essentially. It's Ukraine's disarmament, it's its neutral political status, a Russian veto over its foreign policy, an abandonment of aspirations to join NATO, and giving up the territory that Russia already controls, and ideally for Putin, a lot more than that as well, including all of Donbass. So I think a positive outcome for the Europeans and the Ukrainians would be if Putin softens some of his positions. He says, look, we're willing perhaps to bring our forces out of this part of Ukraine, which would be a great scenario, I think, for Ukraine. Or we're willing to allow Ukraine to, join NATO ultimately under these and these conditions. So that already would be some progress compared to the situation we've had so far, which is kind of very intransigent Russia. And then, of course, they bring that to the Europeans, and hopefully then discussions can begin about how that will look in practice.
Thank you for your time, Matthew. Matthew Luxmore is a foreign correspondent for the Wall Street Journal.
All right, before we go to the Hill about the Trump summit, their take on it, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use this stack to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Turmeric, very important to bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines. It helps to soak up free radicals, boosts up that immune system, and helps with your vascular system. Ashwagandha root controls your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels, brings down inflammation at the vascular level. Important for the immune system and your vascular system. Lignans, it's an antioxidant, it's going to soak up free radicals. It'll help with your endocrine system and your immune system, brings down inflammation, and you'll also recover quicker after a workout. So a great stack to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system is to take the lignans, the turmeric, and the ashwagandha. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Another great supplement to take if you're 40 years of age or older is NAD+. NAD+ supplement will help to boost up your NAD+ levels. That will increase your energy. That will also help for you to repair your DNA damage, because when you get older, you have more DNA damage. This will help to repair cellular DNA and mitochondrial DNA. In addition, by taking NAD+, it will help to protect your neurons. Like I said, you're going to know a lot of people within 5 years that have early onset of dementia. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Well, the day has arrived for a historic meeting between two of the world's most powerful leaders, and optimism surrounds them both. President Trump and President Putin meeting face-to-face in Alaska later today. This will be the first time President Putin has set foot in American soil in 10 years. The hope is that the meeting will bring an end to an over 3-year war, one of the deadliest wars in Europe since World War II.
Now, President Putin also showing a rare optimism ahead of the Alaska meeting, praising the Trump administration, saying they are being, quote, quite energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities. Russian and U.S. top officials last week to start the conversation. Russia's foreign minister hopes the progress will continue in Putin's meeting.
We never make predictions in advance. We know we have arguments and a clear, well-defined position. We will present it. A lot has already been done during Stephen Witkoff's visits. The president mentioned this, and Witkoff is speaking on behalf of President Trump. I hope that today, tomorrow, we will continue this very useful conversation.
But News Nation is learning.
There's a growing interest in socialism among young people in America. But do they know about its dismal past and history of failure?
Of course they don't. Of course they don't.
But News Nation is learning the talks might not only center around the war. The Kremlin could include other issues in the talks, like economic ties with the U.S. and Europe, as well as nuclear arms control.
Most notably absent from today's meeting will be Ukrainian President Zelensky. President Trump saying there's a 25% chance the summit could fail, but if it succeeds, he will invite Zelensky to join the next meeting in Alaska. According to the UN, Ukraine is seeing a very grim milestone. 286 civilians were killed and another 1,300 injured last month.
Right, which is all very concerning. We want to bring this war to an end immediately. I think this is great that this is taking place. A lot of expectations, obviously. We don't want to get hopes up because nothing could come of it. Putin has proven to be a very difficult, shrewd negotiator for his side, which is to get as much value out of this as possible. We were in a bad position from the start. Trump recognizes this has been difficult. I think he said the other day that he thought this would be easier than it was.
Putin has land that Zelensky can't take back. Putin also wants to get rid of the sanctions that the United States has put on him. Also, Putin is getting stress from the oligarchs because they're on a sanction list, right? Their companies are on a sanction list. Their bank accounts have been seized internationally. So he wants that stress to be off the plate. So there are many things that Putin wants that he may need to negotiate some land, even though on the battlefield, Ukraine can't really take back what Russia took. So this is why Trump, I think, says it's more complicated, right? Because there's inner stress within the country of Russia that Putin's worried about. Now you add in the benefits of the United States bringing Russia into the fold and be part of an allied force against China, very similar to what was happening during World War II with the allied forces fighting against Nazi Germany.
Which is true. It's very difficult, but these are encouraging signs, and I know what's going to happen is that if they do get some deal, we'll hear a lot of whining and complaining from liberal, progressive, mainstream, hawkish defenders of Ukraine that Ukraine shouldn't have to give up a shred of territory. This is so bad. Okay, but that's what's going to take down the war. So I don't know what other option do we have at this point.
It's not just about ending the war.
That,
It's not just about ending the war. It's stabilizing the region economically. Ukraine is a major food basket for the world, so it's going to stabilize food inventories, and it allows the United States to be able to focus on the first island chains in the Pacific. That's where the action is. The action's not Europe. The action's not even the Middle East. What's going to determine the future of the United States of America is what happens with a war with China. If it's possible that if America fails, we're going to be the next British Empire in decline.
Russia is probably going to take the territory it conquered, and then maybe we have a security guarantee for the rest of Ukraine that stops Russia from doing this again in the future. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't know what else we could get.
Look, I think people want this war to end. I'm one of those people, so a conversation is always necessary. I'm just worried that this has become a consistent now. I think this is the 5th time mocking of President Trump. And so it's less of, oh, I didn't think this was going to happen, and more like the world expected this to happen. I think when you look at what Russia did overnight, they dropped 2 ballistic missiles and 97 drones over Ukraine the night before our big meeting. He's done this the day after our big meeting with President Trump. He's constantly doing something that shows, well, I'm not going to stop. So basically take what I'm offering or nothing. And I think that is just showing a show of power. As we talk about this big meeting, he's over there killing more civilians and doing it even more aggressively than, let's say, a week before, while the whole world is watching. And so what message does that send, I think, to be an American? Across 13 locations you're bombing, and then you're going to go sit down with Trump and talk about how energetic he is about the meeting. And the key person missing there is Zelensky, who has been, wildly overlooked in a lot of this process, because it's like, yeah, like you're saying, he's not in a position of power to say it's what you want, but he is closer to our NATO allies that maybe want something different than what Russia wants. And so I think President Trump should be, keen on making sure that he's having first and foremost conversations with our allies to make sure that we're all on the same page about what we're telling Putin is a sustainable and acceptable solution, not just, okay, Putin, whatever you want, come to this meeting, because we might as well not even met. Just give him what or it's not our choice to give, right? Zelensky has to make the choice, and he's not even in the meeting. So, it's kind of like a lot going on surrounding this that doesn't make it as pleasant and as, you said he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. It doesn't, Trump does. I don't think it makes it as like tied in a bow as it might look if you're just watching this meeting. Look at everything surrounding it.
I mean, it's Zelensky's choice in that he gets to decide what his country wants to do. But I've heard that line, some kind of never Trump Republican defender of Ukraine.
If it wasn't for the United States giving him weapons, Ukraine wouldn't be in existence. So if Zelensky is going to take the hard stance that he's not going to give up any land, then you know what? You can do it alone. You can try to get the land back. The United States doesn't have to provide military assistance and military weaponry. Maybe we could just give it to the other countries in the European Union and have them to finance the war and do the support for Ukraine. See, Zelensky is thinking in the sense that he can't give any land. Well, he lost the land because he lost the war. He stopped the advancement, especially because of the United States, right? Zelensky kind of froze the advancement of the Russians, but he can't take back the land. He doesn't have enough power to do it. He doesn't have enough forces. So we're actually seeing, because of the tumult between the two countries, what the normal equilibrium of the topology is of the land with the countries, with their armed forces and the support mechanism of their military industrial complex and their allies. That the lands that have been gained and lost within this war are the natural equilibrium between Russia and Ukraine. See, what makes a boundary of a country? It's not because of someone just drew something on a map and it just forever is going to be like that. It has to be protected. It has to withstand the test of time and the forces of your neighbors, and it'll reach some sort of equilibrium. So if you look at the history of mankind, the history of civilization, countries' borders have been in flux, ebbing and flowing, just like the seas, just like the beach, right? Ebbing and flowing. You know, there's an ebb and flow and an erosion of what the actual border is. So Zelensky needs to make, you didn't win the war. So why do you assume that you're going to get all the land back? There's the problem. There's the rub. And I think that goes, and also Zelensky has an element that he feels as though he's entitled. There's an entitlement aspect to his personality. And that was the reason why there was such a blow up at the Oval Office between Trump, Zelensky, and J.D. Vance. Because Zelensky feels as though he's entitled, and two, he thinks he's going to get all of his land back. Well, the reality of the situation is that perhaps what really needs to happen is a buffer zone. Ukraine probably should not be part of NATO. So Ukraine in general is a buffer between the NATO forces and Russia. In addition, this eastern segment that the Russians have taken over of Ukraine is a buffer area between Russia and Ukraine. Now, the question is will Russia try to further advancement after there's a peace and agreement, and years later they're going to try to advance more? Who knows with a new president? But I doubt that it will be Putin, because he's getting older and he doesn't have the resources. He doesn't have the military industrial complex resources. He doesn't have the fortitude to wage a new war in a different country, or to restart the Ukrainian war 2 years later or a year later. His population, they don't want it. And I personally think that the oligarchs won't accept it because they don't want to be sanctioned. They don't want their bank accounts frozen. So these are all pressure points on Putin that another war isn't going to happen. But the big point here is that perhaps this region that has been taken by Russia is the natural equilibrium between Russia and Ukraine. Independent of what Zelensky thinks. Zelensky had an opportunity to win. He didn't win. He was able to freeze the advancement, but he didn't win.
Trump doesn't get to.
Roku makes every part of the streaming experience better, including your ads. Because better TV for everyone means better.
Trump doesn't get to decide how much of Ukraine is up for sale. It's Zelensky. If they want to fight on, they get to. Well, that's true, but we've also been arming them and giving them money. So we then also get to decide, well, they can keep fighting. They have the right to do that. They don't have to do it. Trump's not the president of Ukraine. He's the president of the United States. And the United States can say, we're not going to continue helping you if you're going to have to go it alone. So while it's true that Ukraine does get to decide.
So if Zelensky doesn't play ball and Trump basically pulls away support, then it will have to be the other countries that come in to backfill to help support Ukraine. Now the question is, will they? Will their population be willing to raise more debt to finance a war for another 2 years? And most likely the Russian army it'll be a stalemate because of what's happening with the technology. This drone technology and this kamikaze kind of drone strategy has neutralized tank warfare. Now, what broke the trench warfare in World War I was tanks. So now you're having a kind of a scenario. We're starting to see the beginnings of going back to the future, right? Of trench warfare.
Given the level of support we give them and the European Union, the NATO alliance gives them, it really is actually up to us.
But we're kind of then also in some ways abandoning everyone in Europe that looks to us and is part of NATO for support in backing causes that they agree with.
It's not abandonment, it's realism.
Well, I know, I'm just saying.
But the whole reason why we had NATO was because we were in a Cold War. And we were also trying to rebuild Europe so they would be able to be a vibrant nation, vibrant continent, because they were decimated in World War II. But they're already built up. And oh, by the way, they kept on sucking down the tit of NATO. The United States was the major supporter. And so these other countries, they started investing in their population with free healthcare, free education, instead of paying their fair share of the Cold War effort through NATO. So now it's time for them to pick up. They're already established, these countries are already established post-World War II now. They have vibrant economies. They can handle their own backyard.
Like right now, just because Zelensky's not making the same choice that we are, but mind you, on the back end of that, we're having sit-down meetings with Putin, like, you should be able to make these firm decisions. It looks like we are kind of just stepping away from something that we kind of committed to with funds, right? Once you give money, you committed to. We're not, yes, Ukraine's not in NATO, and yes, we're not required to support them, but we're like knee-deep in this thing, alongside them saying that they are not the aggressor. And so we're going to either follow through with that or just look like we made a poor choice.
What's bigger issue is not Ukraine. The bigger issue is bringing Russia as an ally against China. That's the big issue here. Ukraine is a sideshow.
Across two administrations and look like the weakest link, and also have our European allies very upset with us, probably as Russia creeps in closer to NATO territory.
Oh, the French will be less offended.
Yeah, they'll be suing the U.S. and Candace Owens.
Is about to accomplish, the comparison to Biden, it's insane what he is pulling off compared to the last administration. The last administration was prepared to just keep writing checks. Oh yeah, good luck, Ukraine. You're going to do great. Go get him, kid. As their country was destroyed and taken over and their people slaughtered. Like, that was the last administration's plan. Trump is actually trying to get people in a room to come up with a plan to stop the wanton slaughter. It's such an improvement. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me.
Well, I think the plan was Ukraine show a show of force and be consistent in that. And I think Russia was largely caught off guard by how much they were pushing back, right? Like it's a back and forth between Russia and Ukraine. Obviously, Russia is the aggressor and the much bigger entity. But at the end of the day, Ukraine and many people have said
Russia was the aggressor in attacking Ukraine. But who was the long-term aggressor for multiple decades? An expansion of NATO. And the mismanagement of the unipolar world by the United States after the fall of the Berlin Wall. So who was the aggressor?
Have been holding, but they've been holding their own. I think that Russia wasn't expecting. They thought they were just going to conquer all because this NATO was hanging over their head and they were upset about this whole thing and they just thought they were going to do what they wanted to do. And it didn't go as Russia planned. You have to admit that. This is not exactly what they thought. I thought this would be like a moot issue and such a superpower. They probably thought that they can get to the finish line much quicker. Since they're here still negotiating, it's not ideal for them either. They spent a ton of money. They do have sanctions. They are worried about trade around the world. That's part of the talks that are going to be on the table with Trump today. So, we do impose sanctions and make it harder for them to, do commerce and all things with us. Then won't that be an incentive to say, okay, you have your 10 list of demands, just like when you're going for a job. You have 10 lists of things that you love. Well, guess what? We're not going to give you 20% stock option in the company. We're not, but we will give you your salary that you requested. Like, this is called a negotiation, not just saying, okay, Putin, whatever you want.
The situation is like in Game of Thrones when they're discussing the siege of River Run and the defense of River Run. Brendan Blackfish says to Jamie Lannister, "But I have provisions to last for years." Do you have years, Kingslayer? Ukraine does not have years left, even though they can put up a defense. So we have to have a negotiation now.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
Next up, Senator Josh Hawley is calling for an investigation into Meta, a new report shining light on some apparent...
I'll tell you, these talking heads are idiots. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. Not the omega-3. But this is olive leaf extract. I'm a little tired. But olive leaf extract is dual purpose. Olive leaf extract will bring down inflammation, and it's going to also help improve that lipid profile, that total cholesterol profile. By bringing down LDL and increasing your HDL levels, you're going to improve your cardiovascular health. So by taking olive leaf extract, you're going to help your immune system and your immune system. Myotrol. Myotrol is going to help you with your musculature. It's going to help to build muscle, maintain that mitochondrial health. Very important. You need lots of ATP. When you're 40 years of age, male or female, you start to atrophy your muscle. And what happens is it's going to be harder and harder to gain muscle afterwards. It's important to do resistance training, eat properly, get enough protein in your diet. But taking myotrol is going to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. So if you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking this. It stacks really well with Gladiator barley. Gladiator barley helps to build muscle. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. It'll allow you to urinate them out in 6 to 8 hours. And by taking 3 drops underneath your tongue and drinking filtered water, you're going to be able to bind those toxins and chemicals and heavy metals and urinate them out. Now, some people prefer to take a heavier detox. To do that, you want 10 small drops underneath your tongue and drink the filtered water. Do that every day until the bottle's done. Do that once or twice a year. But I recommend to do a maintenance 3 small drops underneath your tongue every day and drink the filtered water. So a great stack would be the myotrol to build the muscle, the olive leaf extract to help with the immune system and your cardiovascular system, and zeolite to detoxify your body. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order, all caps. Discount number 5. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Standing together, telling us what happened for better or worse. That'll come after a meeting that's been described as one-on-one, although I'll tell you what, there's not an empty seat on Air Force One. Like the entire cabinet, the entire administration is in the air on this journey. Well, maybe with one exception. Pete Hegseth was left behind. So we are throwing the full editorial resources of Bloomberg News at this historic day. And as Charlie mentioned, we are going to have a late night when we take air on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern. We're going to plow right through with special coverage until it's all done. It could be 9, 10 o'clock. We'll find out together here because nothing could be more important than this conversation today. Thanks for being with us on the Friday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio. We're on satellite radio channel 121. And of course, you can watch the radio show on TV by going to Bloomberg Originals and always YouTube, where you can search Bloomberg Business News Live to find our stream. President took off pretty early this morning, a little bit later than scheduled, after talking to reporters yesterday about his expectations, which he's been tamping down, right? This is a feel me out, not necessarily a peace deal that's going to take place today. And it might have more to do with what they agree upon in terms of meeting again. Here's what President Trump said.
We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. I don't know that it's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great.
It is a very brief schedule today, even though it's going to be a long day. There are only 3 points of notice here on the guidance from the White House. President departs the White House en route Anchorage. We've already checked that box. The president participates in a bilateral program with the president of the Russian Federation. That's what the world is waiting for. And then a short time later, the president departs Anchorage, Alaska, en route to the White House. There will be a conversation with reporters along the way, unless this thing really goes off the rails. Maybe we'll be seeing President Trump alone. All of that is unknown. He also has a Fox News interview. And this is kind of interesting because that might be what keeps us on time. He's supposed to sit down with Sean Hannity after this. And, you know, the program's got to go on at a certain point. So the president may well be focusing his attention on the TV show before he gets off the ground here. Really interesting. Just breaking here from Fox News, just seeing this on Twitter before we bring in Nick Wadhams. President Trump tells Brett Baer, if the Putin meeting doesn't go well, quote, I would walk, unquote. Nick's got a long day too. He runs our national security team in Washington. So how'd you like to be Nick Wadhams at this point? It's great to see you. We finally made it. The day of days, I would walk, so the gaming continues. I guess until the moment they sit down.
I mean, that comment to me is actually one of the least surprising things he said in a while, because he's shown a real history for doing this. I mean, listeners and viewers may remember Hanoi. I think it was 2019 when we had all that fanfare about Trump going to meet Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, precedent-shattering, first time the two leaders met. I mean, it was just as actually far more intense than what we're seeing right now. And President Trump got up and walked away, and that thing resulted in absolutely nothing. And we got, and that was flying all the way to Vietnam. So he has shown perfect willingness to do this. I mean, it's just so fascinating to me, because I think one of the big things that's driving President Trump is the show, the spectacle. You know, he's meeting President Putin, first time on U.S. soil in how many years? In a way, it's the spectacle and the show of the actual meeting, and the results of it feel at this point almost to be secondary.
We're seeing images of him boarding Air Force One earlier this morning. It's a 7+ hour journey to Anchorage. Do we know anything today that we did not yesterday in terms of the staging, where on the base they're going to meet, what this is going to look like?
Details, they are being pretty tight-lipped about that. What we do know, though, is that, White House spokeswoman said this yesterday, but they are going to do that joint press conference, which is another pretty extraordinary one, and really tells you that President Trump is absolutely running the show on this one. He had done a press conference the last time he met Putin in 2018 in Helsinki, and that was the one where he said he backed Russia's denial of involvement in the 2016 election hack. And from that time, he just had advisors all around him saying, really trying to put guardrails around his interactions with Putin. All those folks are gone now. So that is the big question we have. The surprise factor, the potential for something unexpected to happen here is absolutely off the charts, because there are no guardrails. He has no Russia experts. He has no Fiona Hill or some of these other real, pardon the expression, wonky folks who have just been doing the Russia file all their lives. It's him, it's Marco Rubio, it's essentially his entire cabinet aside from Pete Hegseth. They're going up there. So there really is a feeling of, it could turn out to be nothing, but also anything goes.
Fascinating way to frame this. We're going to talk a little later this hour with John Bolton, who calls that day in Helsinki, I believe, the darkest day of President Trump's first term. But yeah, look at this guest list on Air Force One. Rubio, Bassett, Lutnick, Ratcliffe, Susie Wiles, Blair Harrison. I can keep Dan Scavino's on the plane. Caroline Leavitt's on the plane. Ambassador Steve Witkoff, not a surprise. Ambassador Monica Crowley.
Right.
What's Pete Hegseth doing in Washington?
Well, very good question. I mean, we are really trying to read the tea leaves on this. There is some indication we've had over the last few months. I mean, you look at his travels, which are basically zilch. President Trump has not put him out in the world. I mean, I think there are a couple of things going on here. One is maybe he's busy trying to figure that out, but the other is crowded plane. You got a lot of folks who want to get their FaceTime with President Trump going, and the big question it raises for me, though, is there actually another motivation for this thing? Is it to talk about economic ties, business deals, stuff like that? Maybe what we think of as the most important thing, defense is, defense of Ukraine is not actually top of mind for President Trump. What he wants is economic enticements, carrots as well as sticks, the possibility of deeper cooperation. And for something like that, maybe you want a Besson, maybe you want a Lutnick.
Right, absolutely. Zach Cohen at CNN just posted that Keith Kellogg, President Trump's special envoy for Ukraine, will also not be at this meeting, perceived by the Russian side as too sympathetic to Ukraine. What do you make of that?
Well, Keith Kellogg, when he came on, the notion was that he was going to be the guy front and center for everything Ukraine related. And that role has really been taken over by Steve Witkoff.
Yeah.
And Keith Kellogg really is now the guy who liaises with Ukraine. So in some ways, not hugely surprising that you would not see Keith Kellogg on this trip, in part because Trump has shown this penchant for not wanting to antagonize folks, even if it is Vladimir Putin. You would think maybe a little antagonism might be warranted. Doesn't want to do that necessarily, but also Keith Kellogg, his role now really is to keep up that communication with Ukraine. And as we've been saying over and over, one of the real interesting elements of this meeting is Ukraine is not going to be anywhere near Alaska.
That's right, yeah, despite some flirting with that idea in an interview this week that we heard from the president. So this is going to be interesting as this unfolds. Striking to see Sergei Lavrov this morning with a CCCP T-shirt on as he arrived in Anchorage, or for the flight, I guess. We were all looking at this. Steve Witkoff is going to be there. He's pals with Vladimir Putin. Now, these guys going to be smoking cigars in there, or is this going to be a standoff?
It is not going to be a standoff. Okay, I think you're going to find this, and that is just not Trump's style. In any case, he may walk, yes, but this is going to be very cordial. A lot of backslapping, a lot of handshakes, a lot of smiles. This is something that Trump absolutely relishes. And Witkoff has spoken very openly about how he feels he's had very productive conversations with the Russians.
These guys hang out for like 6 hours at a pop.
So you see the two sort of competing themes here with this administration. One is that they are not into the antagonism, Obama staring down Putin. The other is they really see carrots rather than sticks as being the way to go.
Maybe there's some economy to talk about here, some business dealings. Nick, it's great to have you. Thank you so much. Good luck with the coverage today. Find him on the terminal and online. Nick Wadhams, Bloomberg's national security team leader. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're just getting started on Bloomberg.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps users log small wins, track their mood, reflect.
But first, breaking economic data just crossing. Rick Santelli has that for us. Hey, Rick.
Yes, let's start out with University of Michigan sentiment. Now, these are August preliminary numbers, so they'll change in a couple weeks. I'll tell you right off the bat. They're sequentially lower. We're expecting a headline number around 62. Our last final month read was 61.7, 58.6. 58.6. That's the weakest since May when it was 52.2 and April when it was 52.2. Now, if we look at current conditions, 60.9. Our last look was 68. 60.9, also the weakest since May. You remember, April, May had some very low reads. These are surveys. They get affected by a lot of things. Now, if we look at expectations, what lies ahead, this is the closest to the rearview mirror. 57.2, 57.7 was our last month July final read, and we're expecting a number around 58 and change. 57.2, that would be the weakest also since May when it was well below that at 47.9. maybe the most important aspect of these is the inflation numbers. They're coming back to a reality. On the 1 year, 4.9% follows 4.5%. 4.9 would be, well, the lowest since 4.3 in February. And we had a read in May of 6.6%. Finally, 5 to 10 year inflation, 3.9. Both these inflation numbers are higher than expectations. Both of these inflation numbers are higher than rearview mirror. 3.9% follows 3.4%. 3.9, well, 3.5 was in February, which was 3.5. The high water mark there was April at 4.4. Now, we also have business inventories. This is a June number, always 2 months in arrears, expecting up 2/10. It delivered exactly up 2/10. If we look at interest rates, Carl said it. You know, basically, it is a very, very, very well-behaved market if you don't look at the volatility of Tuesday and Thursday. Just look at from last Friday. Right now at 429, well, we closed at 428 last week in 10. So they're up 1 basis point, basically, and 372 right now, 371 change, 372. That's down 5 on the week, virtually unchanged on a 2 year. So yes, we've seen very well behaved, and Fed Fund futures also very well behaved. Carl, back to you, and have a good weekend.
You too, Rick. Thanks for some stellar work all week long. Rick Santelli.
Down from records, a weak reading on consumer sentiment and an increase in inflation expectations are tempering optimism about solid retail sales. We did have the Dow Industrials trading at a record, could see a record close there today. The 10-year, 4.31% for the 2-year, currently yielding 3.75%. Gold little changed, up under 0.1% right now. Spot gold up $3 the ounce to $33.38. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, 63.10 for a barrel of WTI. Oil prices are drifting lower as investors await the summit between President Trump and Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Among some of the oil names right now, we got ExxonMobil, though, trading higher. ExxonMobil up by 1%. ADR's a BP up 1.1%. Chevron up by 2%. All this is oil moves lower. West Texas Intermediate crude again down 1.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. Watching Wall Street for us on this Friday edition of Balance of Power. We'll get back with Charlie in about 20 minutes to see how things are shaping up or down today with everybody watching Anchorage. That's the story. It's not often we have a single story day, but this is about as close as we get. Already being framed as an historic summit, even if it produces nothing. Just the fact that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are in a room together for the first time in 7 years will be news. And if you're just coming around and just joining us here on Bloomberg Radio, let you know that Donald Trump is still in the air. Presumably Vladimir Putin is airborne right now as well. He took off from eastern Russia, presumably, if he's going to be on time, about 2,000 miles away from Anchorage. The President Trump's got a roughly 7-hour flight to get up there. He'll touch down in about 2 hours if things stay on time, and this whole thing could slide. We could be talking together at midnight tonight if you really want to follow the beat on this. They'll have their bilateral, they'll have their sit-down meeting. It's described as one-on-one, and then there'll be the news conference with the two of them facing reporters in Anchorage. Just a massive movement of humanity and equipment from the lower 48 up to Alaska to cover this thing. And you better believe that Bloomberg is all over it. In about a half hour, we'll check in with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, who is in Anchorage traveling with the president. And you know, you cannot fully understand what is happening in Anchorage today. And in that room when the doors close, without acknowledging the tension in our relationship with Moscow, without even looking at Ukraine. These are, of course, two countries that have been in competition for many, many years at different levels and have been spying on each other for many years at different levels. With great reporting from Bloomberg's Jamie Terabay on our national security team, Russian hackers lurked in U.S. courts for years and stole sealed files. We're learning more about this massive hacking attempt that the president himself was asked about yesterday, lurking in U.S. courts. He was asked if he had heard about it. Here's the president.
Are you surprised? You know, he's surprised. They hack in. That's what they do. They're good at it. We're good at it. We're actually better at it. But no, I have heard about it,
I've heard about it. Doesn't seem very concerned. Maybe we are better at it. Let's talk to Jamie about this. Russian hackers lurking in U.S. courts for years. Jamie Terabay, welcome back to Balance of Power. What did they steal?
Hi, Joe. We know that they had access to sealed documents that were very sensitive. Apparently, they involved cases that include fraud, money laundering, espionage, and of course also possible information about foreign agents that the US government may have identified, as well as people of interest to the US and people, just in terms of what the US government is paying attention to that the courts have decided shouldn't be disclosed to the public in any way. But even just sort of listening to the president say that we're better than they are, I feel like he might be tipping his hat to something that he knows. And I think that we have, when we look at a summit like this, I always wonder how much they already know about each other before they meet. And I feel like this is a really good example of that. When we look at the story of this hack being reported now, these Russian state hackers were in these systems for years. They had access to so much information. They exfiltrated so much information. And you remember SolarWinds? That was in 2020. That was a software update for US defense companies and government contractors. The Russians did that. They were in there for years. And even we go back before that to 2018 when they were in critical infrastructure. So I always, when I hear things like this, I'm very, I'm always curious about how much everyone already knows going into these meetings.
Absolutely. You were able to review a report here that does not identify the attackers, but you've referred to them as state hackers, Russian government hackers mentioned in our column here. Is Vladimir Putin behind this? Is this the capital at work as opposed to rogue hackers living in their homes going into U.S. systems?
The attribution is always tricky, right? Because it always gives plausible deniability. We have this situation with Chinese state hackers as well. But look, if we trace this back and we haven't gotten confirmation about which intelligence agency is behind this, but I suspect it might be the GRU, the sort of the intelligence agency, the main one that is behind a lot of cyber activity, not just against the US, not just against NATO allies, but of course against Ukraine. So we've seen Russian cyber criminals, the ones that are responsible for millions and millions of dollars in theft of ransomware, when they lock up systems, lock up hospitals, when they lock up Colonial Pipeline, holding those systems to ransom. A lot of them were hiding in plain sight in Russia. And so there's, whether they know about them or not, they're definitely not going to be sort of publicly attributing their behavior as being connected to the state. And it gives Putin a bit of leverage when and if the president decides to raise this topic with him.
Well, I guess that's where I wanted to go with you here in our remaining couple of moments. To what extent does this bring leverage to Vladimir Putin at the table, or Trump? We just heard him say, to your point, we're better at this. I don't know exactly what that means, but if we're in a world where Russia is embedded in our critical infrastructure, is that not a bargaining chip at the table today?
I think it is. I think we've seen Putin again and again just sort of push back or ignore pressure. But I think with the sanctions that the Senate in particular has been touting, the fact that President Trump has said that the bill that they want to push is an optional bill, the fact that now India is facing very high tariffs on Russian oil, and that there's a possibility that China might be facing a similar price for its Russian oil imports. That's an additional piece that the president can bring to his talks, because everyone has said that the sanctions haven't really been impacting Putin so much. Even with all the yacht seizures, the fund freezes, and all of the rest of it that we've seen over the last couple of years. But this will really hurt their ability to pay for their military machine. And that's the part that everyone thinks will be the most convincing factor going into these talks.
Really interesting. Jamie, I know that you were writing about sanctions as well, and we've been waiting to hear about secondary sanctions. Well, I guess it's been a week now, right? They were supposed to go into effect last week, and then this meeting materialized. So this, I guess, is on ice for now. If the meeting does not go well today, do you expect an announcement on secondary sanctions?
The Congress is ready. The bill is ready. They've drafted it. They've redrafted it. They've gone back and tweaked it into a form that the House will approve of, and that when it gets to the president's desk, he will sign it. So they're ready, and they just need the green light from the White House. And President Trump has shown his frustration with Vladimir Putin again and again and again. And the response that he's had up until this point has been things like resuming the flow of weapons or giving them more money. So maybe this will be something that he will use. I mean, we never really can tell, but he knows that he has that tool in his toolkit going into this meeting.
Yeah. Jamie, I'm so glad you could join us today. Jamie Terabay is on our national security team here at Bloomberg and is a world-class journalist.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops or the lozenges. It's really important to have some at work or at home. You never know when you have that throat irritation. Take it right away to mitigate the problem. Trust me, this fall season, it's going to be an issue. The drops come in a 100 count. You can get it in blueberry, cherry flavor, and also honey and lemon. Get a few bags for your household. I also have in stock the elderberry zinc lozenges that are larger than the drops in a 21 count. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Also, go to my store and get the very high quality structural nano silver toothpaste. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the gum line health, reduce inflammation at the gum line. With good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular problems and valvular problems due to poor oral hygiene. Also, dual purpose deodorant bars for males or for females. You can get it in citrus and in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Has no aluminum, no baking soda, made from essential oils from the Himalayas, very high quality ingredients. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the deodorants. These deodorants also help to detoxify your body. And detoxifying your body in multiple ways and regularly will help with your immune system and your endocrine system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5.
Production and the rest of the world actually declining in demand. Crude oil is going to that level. It's going to really hurt their revenue. So I think secondary sanctions, might hurt some, put some discombobulation in the meantime. But overall, that price of crude oil is on its way down. If we can accelerate that process, that'll hurt the Russian war machine.
Yeah, you know what I never asked you about, Mike, are the big oil stocks. And just to look at these charts, they've just been choppy, going nowhere for it feels like a couple of years at this point. The Exxons, the Chevrons of the world, are they just simply keying off oil prices right now?
A lot of that's true, Joe. The key thing to remember about the oil companies compared to the price is they make money. They have revenue. They actually have dividends. The actual price of crude oil will just go over time because they get more efficient every day. The key thing I like to point is when people talk about things like rig counts in this country are the same as they were in 2010, yet the price of oil, the oil production in the U.S. is doubled. So that's the efficiency of crude oil producers. They should continue to make money even though the prices go low. But key thing to remember is the average cost of production in the U.S. is around $55 a barrel. And we're seeing the curtailing supply now because we're heading that way.
Well, I guess it makes a lot of sense. I mean, look at the XLE. The thing's at $86. We topped out $97 on the ETF back in November. It's been an interesting trend here to watch and a kind of a tedious one for shareholders. Mike McGlone, thank you as ever, keeping us honest here on the oil story. Remember this conversation when you see some of the breathless reporting that's going to come out of the oil patch in the next 24 to 48 hours. He's with Bloomberg Intelligence, and they are the best in the business. We've got a really important conversation for you coming up next here on Bloomberg. The man who was in the room with Trump and Putin in Helsinki, John Bolton, former national security advisor, with us live straight ahead, only on Bloomberg.
You're not lazy, you're overloaded. No wonder a new message makes
Vladimir Putin, who I think has Trump figured out quite well and is going to lecture him on all the reasons why Russia's maximalist demands ought to drive the peace negotiations forward. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that Putin will just simply take this summit as an opportunity to try to roll Trump for that, and get him to publicly announce that the United States is essentially accepting the Russian position lock, stock, and barrel, or with very few modifications.
From the Times, this is The World in 10. I'm delighted to be joined by David Silver of the Alliance for Securing Democracy, the German Marshall Fund think tank. David, welcome.
Thanks.
Amid all this talk of land swaps, trade-offs, is there a sense Ukraine's resources have become bargaining chips in this negotiation?
Well, I think the administration does look at the question of resources pretty closely. I mean, obviously, this is an administration that's focused on economic benefit, economic gains. So the areas that Russia currently occupies and the territory that it wants to annex further, those are economically rich areas. I mean, these are areas of Ukraine that are rich in minerals, rare earth metals. There's access to Black Sea ports. So this is significantly important territory for both Russia and Ukraine, for that matter. And I think that will come up probably in the course of discussions tomorrow in Alaska. So Ukraine certainly can't afford to lose more territory. I think there's questions about whether, say, the line of control is frozen in place, but Ukraine, it's just a non-starter to even be talking about territorial swaps, and this area in particular is just sort of critically important to Ukraine's vitality.
So critically, economically important. What kind of resources are there in this part of Ukraine?
It was agriculturally rich, and Ukraine's often seen as a breadbasket of Europe, and parts of Ukraine that aren't controlled by Russia right now are still agriculturally rich, but nonetheless, the Donbass in particular is an important source of food and an important export source for Ukraine. It's a great source of lithium and other sorts of elements and rare earth metals as well that are extremely valuable on the world stage. If you think about chips and the supply of chips, for example, that fuels all of our technology, that's a critical resource that Russia would essentially be stealing from Ukraine. And then, of course, there's the access to the Black Sea, which Russia enjoys having annexed Crimea, but would take over even more port access, blocking Ukrainian exports via sea routes, taking over natural gas reserves. So these are important resource-rich areas of Ukraine that Russia strategically has had designs on for obviously quite some time.
As you say, Russia's stealing these resources. This must be billions or even trillions of dollars worth of economic value.
It is, and there are reasons why Russia wants this land besides just the guise of wanting to support and defend ethnic Russians who live in eastern and southern Ukraine. I mean, these are incredibly important territories, and if Russia is going to emerge stronger on the international stage once it stops being an international pariah after there's a peace negotiation, presumably, then it's all to their benefit to take over land that allows them access to all these valuable commodities.
As well as Russia getting these commodities, Europe relies on buying them from Ukraine rather than from Russia. This could just damage European energy security.
It could. And there's already been a movement afoot for quite some time in Europe to diversify its energy supplies. And I think the United States has a vested interest in that as well. But absolutely, this definitely puts the ball back in Russia's court, being an important, potentially an important energy supplier for all of Europe.
In your experience, you previously were with the State Department, you're a long-time Russia specialist. In your experience of these sort of negotiations, is it usual to see a finance minister, the head of a sovereign wealth fund, coming along for the talks, as we see the Russian delegation in Alaska doing today?
No, that is exceptionally rare. Maybe it's happened before, but I'm hard-pressed to think of an example. But the head of the sovereign wealth fund, he is incredibly plugged in to the inner circle in the Kremlin. And because there are inevitably going to be questions raised about the economics of any sort of peace deal, you can be sure that he's going to play an important role.
Something that's being reported is that Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, has been briefing the president on economic trade-offs the American side may be willing to make. What could you see those trade-offs being?
Well, some of them will probably involve sanctions. I imagine that the Treasury Secretary is briefing the president on the types of sanctions relief that Russia would be interested in, and the types of sanction relief that the administration might be prepared to offer as a bargaining chip for a ceasefire. I imagine that is Scott Bessent's primary role here.
These kind of sanctions that we're talking about are ones that the G7, in terms of the oil price cap that we talk about, and European nations have been involved in enforcing and kind of administering. Will European allies of the US go along with any kind of agreement that's made at these negotiations?
I don't think so. I don't think Europe is going to, and rightly, Europe will not go along with any deal if it's not a party to the talks. And the same goes for Ukraine, for that matter. I mean, these are bilateral talks between the United States and Russia. Even if there is U.S. sanctions relief, Europe is in no position to match that. And I can't imagine that the United States has all that much leverage to coerce the EU in particular to remove sanctions that are an important source of leverage in any negotiation with Russia. So I hope that it's not an outcome of tomorrow's talks that we're suddenly going to remove all this leverage, economic leverage that we have over Moscow right now. And it would, although I don't expect Europe to follow suit, it still would put them in an uncomfortable position to suddenly be the main sanctions implementer against Russia.
Before he traveled to Anchorage, Vladimir Putin was praising Trump's sincere efforts to seek peace, even as the Kremlin restated its position. Its desires are unchanged. But Trump was saying a deal is more likely than not. In terms of leverage, who is going to have to blink first?
I think President Trump will have to blink first. I mean, what I expect is a whole lot of flattery by Putin of Trump and a whole lot of lecturing of Russian talking points. And, you know, while I actually believe President Trump's sincerity in wanting to advance peace, I think he wants to be seen internationally as a global peacemaker. So I take him at his word there. He's also susceptible of sort of falling prey to whoever is last in his ear. And he's about to have a 3-hour meeting with Vladimir Putin, who I think has Trump figured out quite well and is going to lecture him on all the reasons why Russia's maximalist demands ought to drive the peace negotiations forward. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that Putin will just simply take this summit as an opportunity to try to roll Trump for that and get him to publicly announce that the United States is essentially accepting the Russian position lock, stock, and barrel, or with very few modifications.
After that summit, after that meeting, we'll see Trump and Putin sitting at a press conference, and we'll get some more detail about when or if another meeting will happen, perhaps with Zelensky. We've had a week where Zelensky and Europe have been maybe showing more unity than we've seen before. Who right now, as we sit here on Friday, before the meeting takes place, will be feeling most optimistic?
I think the Kremlin is the party that's feeling most optimistic right now. They've essentially got what they wanted. They got Putin back on the global stage in the United States, in Alaska, where he can grandstand next to Trump at a podium and essentially tout that, you know, the United States is seeing things Moscow's way. So I think, you know, it's good that there was an emergency summit that Europe held with Ukraine yesterday. Like, that's important to showcase European unity, to showcase that whatever the outcome is of the summit, this is not a done deal. There are parties to this conflict who are not at the table right now, who must be, to advance these negotiations forward. So I think that is good. That was a good showcase of unity. But ultimately, the winner already, I think, is Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin.
Will Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin be satisfied if, as is being reported, there's an occupation, 20% of Ukraine is held by Russia, maybe not accepted as ceded territory, but they hang on to it for the foreseeable future? Will they be satisfied, or will they just keep trying to destabilize that rump of what's left of Ukraine?
I don't expect Russia to honor any agreement that comes out of tomorrow's summit. So even if the lines of contact are frozen in place and there's sort of de facto recognition that Russia controls that 20% of Ukrainian territory, I fully expect further incursions to try to take off more territory. And maybe there will be a lull in the violence to placate President Trump, who does genuinely want a ceasefire. But I do not expect Russia to stop. And without any clarity on what the future security guarantees will look like for Ukraine, then a ceasefire simply allows Russia to reconstitute its forces and at some future day try to take more territory in a more robust in full-throated manner. So I just don't expect this to be the end of hostilities.
We think back to this focus on Ukraine's natural resources. Was that focus an inevitable outcome of this negotiation, given Donald Trump's famously transactional approach to diplomacy and Russia's choice of which bits of Ukraine that really hung on to and pushed for?
I'm not sure that the economic factors were the primary motivator for the Russian invasion, although it's certainly a secondary benefit for them of taking over all this resource-rich land and crippling the Ukrainian economy in the process. But it is an important factor for the Trump administration. I think if there are economic benefits that they could extract from Russia as a result of any sort of bilateral negotiation, you can be sure that they will try to do that. I don't know if it's necessarily the paramount consideration. I think Trump truly does want to be seen as a peacemaker, and he sees this war in particular, but most wars, I think, as detrimental to the economic health of the United States and sort of stability in the world that would allow commerce to thrive. So, I'll take it at face value for that, but I don't think he cares much beyond that. Like, there's no sort of big geostrategic interest here for the United States from his perspective. I have a different perspective on that, but that's the president's view. So, yeah, the economic.
This is all about China. This is not about Russia and Ukraine. I'm telling you, the tactical move is to stop the fighting, get a ceasefire, get a peace agreement so the Americans can focus more on Asia. Of course Trump is saying this. I'm going to go to Fox. I'm going to go to France 24 instead of Times Radio here.
Are lifted, and if he ensures that Ukraine never joins NATO, he will have gotten what he wants. Trump can also win if he appears as peacemaker.
Solutions that Ukraine has dreaded, notably absent President Volodymyr Zelensky, who was not invited to Alaska.
We'll, of course, be following that summit very closely throughout with a special coverage here on France 24 from 8 p.m. until 9 a.m. Paris time. Well, moving on to some other news, Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir published a video on Friday in which he confronts the most high-profile Palestinian detainee in Israeli custody in his prison cell. Marwan Barghouti, a leading member of the Palestinian Fatah Party, has spent more than 20 years behind bars after being sentenced for his role in anti-Israeli attacks in the early 2000s. The video does not specify where Barghouti is currently being held. France 24's Charlotte Lamb has the details for us.
These are some of the last known images of Marwan Barghouti, described by his supporters as the Palestinian Mandela. Now newly released footage shows Israel's far-right National Security Minister confronting him inside prison.
Anyone who attacks the people of Israel, who murders our children, who murders our women, we will erase them. You have to know this. It has always been this way. You will not defeat us.
Marwan Barghouti, a senior figure in the Palestinian Fatah movement, was arrested in 2012 by Israel and later sentenced to life. He is considered a terrorist by Israeli authorities, convicted for his role in the Second Palestinian Uprising. Charges he denies. Now in his 60s, he often tops opinion polls of popular Palestinian leaders, with many seeing him as a potential national head. The Palestinian authorities has called the video an unprecedented provocation. Barghouti's wife posted to social media shocked by his emaciated state, comparing the last photo she has of him next to a screenshot of the video.
It's true that I didn't know you or your features, and maybe a part of me doesn't want to read everything that your face and body express and what you and the prisoners have been exposed to.
Barghouti's family and lawyer are fearing for his life, calling on Israel and international parties to protect him.
In Pakistan, the death toll from landslides and flash floods triggered by heavy monsoon rains has climbed to at least 199 in the past 24 hours. Of those killed, 180 were recorded in the mountainous Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, and another 9 people were killed in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, according to the National Disaster Management Authority. Well, talks on a treaty to address the global plastic pollution crisis in Geneva on Friday ended without an agreement. The 11-day negotiations were supposed to be the last round of meetings and produce the first legally binding treaty on the issue, but they were deadlocked over whether the treaty should reduce the growth of plastic production and put global and legally binding controls on toxic chemicals used to make plastics. France 24's Peter O'Brien had the details.
High ambition, no results.
As co-chairs of the High Ambition Coalition, we are truly sad to see that we will not have a treaty to end plastic pollution here in Geneva.
Having started on August the 5th, negotiations ran overtime at the United Nations in Geneva. Delegates continued through the night to try and produce the first legally binding treaty on plastic pollution, aiming to slow its rapid growth and impose controls on toxic chemicals. But it was not to be.
Je suis déçu et en colère. I am disappointed and angry. I am disappointed that...
So you think you know wigs? Do you really? First up, we've got shaped video masks. You can use different shapes to create.
So a live look at Joint Base Andrews, where moments from now, President Trump will travel to Alaska for that critical summit with Vladimir Putin. Now the president just now posting 2 words, high stakes, on Truth Social as he heads out. The meeting comes just days after Russia made a push for battlefield advantage, its forces moving several miles into Ukrainian-held territory in the east. It's still under 20% of the country. Here to react is retired 4-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, General Jack Keane. General, what do you think the president's mindset is? What do you think is going to happen today?
Well, I think a couple of things. One, certainly he would like to have a positive outcome here. 2, he recognizes that, this is Putin's initiative. He called for the meeting. And I think the president is very much aware of what's behind that motivation. It's pretty clear Putin wants to avoid the tariffs and the sanctions. And that's why he wants to have the meeting. And he's going to come into that meeting, as in all of the phone conversations, Brian, he doesn't want to lose the relationship he has with the president and the relationship he has with the United States now as a result of it. So he's always going to expand the conversations as he's done in the phone calls. The economic benefits of our relationship, space exploration. Now he's added another one that he's likely going to bring up in terms of diminishing strategic nuclear weapons and potential getting back to a disarmament agreement, which the Russians have walked away from. So that's always part of the narrative here. But Brian, at the end of the day, there are just opposing strategic objectives here. Putin wants to take control of Ukraine and expand the Russian Empire into Eastern Europe. That is his strategic objective, and he knows the United States and the West are opposed to that. And what does President Trump want? He wants an end to this war. But Putin, the means to accomplish his ends, his strategic goals, is the war itself. So he unlikely wants to move towards any ceasefire and end of war discussion. And some evidence of that is, he threw out early in the week, okay, I'm willing to talk about a ceasefire if you give up the most critical piece of terrain that I've been trying to take for 2 years and haven't even come close to doing it. And I started trying to take it in 2014. That is the Donetsk fortress belt that he's been trying to after. And he threw that out there, knowing how impossible that would be for the Ukrainians to say, sure, we'll give that up after 2 years of you failing to achieve it on the battlefield. So, yeah, I think there's significant strategic opposition here in terms of Putin's goals and the president's goals. But I give the president some credit. Putin wants to talk. Is there a possibility of achieving those goals? I'm willing to talk to him.
So, the thing is, General, there's so many different ways to look at this. For example, if he comes in there with his ridiculous demands that he's had in place for the last 2 years, and what you just said, the president listens to him and he says, okay, I know that you're not serious, so I'm going to be blowing up that lunch. I'm going to do my own press conference. You can do what you want after, and the sanctions are going to be on within 48 hours. After all, he gave him 10 days, and I believe the sanctions got his attention. And if God, maybe it was India's call to say they're putting tariffs on meat for buying your oil, China would be next, Turkey and Brazil. So if the president walks out and goes, he's not serious, he goes, I gave it a shot, in come the sanctions, and I'm going to give more, we're selling more military in exchange for drones. So in a way, the president walks out, he looks like a guy doing everything to stop the killing. At the same time, he's not abandoning Ukraine. In fact, he's fortifying it. It's going to make Russia's job harder. What do you think?
Well, the president, I think, is very much aware that he's got the hammer here, and he knows the reason for the meeting is because of that hammer. It's because of the tariffs and the sanctions that Putin wants to talk. So, Putin, Putin is a strategist here, and he's a manipulator. He'll likely make some concessions to the president, not anything like what the president wants. Why? Well, to extend the negotiations, to drag them on. That's buying time is part of one of his objectives here. But the president has the hammer, and he knows full well if he drops it, it's not the end. It's likely the beginning, in a way, because that will force Putin. It'll take some time for those things to hit. But listen, as a result of this summit, I know for myself, and I think for a lot of other analysts, we have found out a lot more about this Russian economy, and it is in much more serious trouble than we thought it was. We knew it was having some issues, but it's more significant. So that is also one of the reasons that is motivating Putin here. He really does want to avoid these tariffs and sanctions. And if the president dropped them, then that doesn't end the process. It will likely bring Putin back into the process to make a much better deal than what he's willing to make at this time.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because Putin says, I need Iran. I don't care what I'll put our past behind him. So he does with Iran. He sees North Korea, that's a whack job guy, but he needs their resources, so he does a deal with them. He's willing to take a junior partnership with China, all for his best interest. My hope is he understands to not have an enemy in the U.S. would be in his best interest. But I don't think like a KGB agent. General, I look forward to talking to you over the weekend. I know you're going to be with me on Sunday on One Nation, so I appreciate that. And we'll watch your analysis today.
Yeah, great talking to you, Brian. Yeah.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, and it's going to help to reduce the load on your pancreas. Super important if you're 40 years of age or older. So get that digestive enzyme complex and help with your pancreatic health. Resveratrol, it's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help to reduce stress in the cell, help the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more ATP. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression, and resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Senescent cells are cells that stop dividing because their telomere length has shrunken to a point where it tells the cell, stop dividing. Now, with resveratrol, you can get rid of those cells that stop dividing. And resveratrol helps with tissues that have adult stem cells to be able to rejuvenate those from those adult stem cells. And you have new cells with longer telomere lengths, and usually with a younger epigenetic profile. So that means that the tissues, when you get rid of senescent cells, the tissue is actually younger. So it's important to take resveratrol every day. Now it stacks really well with C60, clarity factor, NAD+, ubiquinol, and vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex helps boost up energy levels, revs up the metabolism, and protects neurons. The first 4 B vitamins helps the electron transport chain for the mitochondria, so you produce more ATP. So if you're age 40 or older, you need to take vitamin B complex for a multitude of reasons. Improve your mitochondrial health and rev up your metabolism, and to protect those neurons. Cellular metabolism starts to go down when you get older, so you have to give it a little bit of a push to stimulate the body to rev up that metabolism. So take vitamin B complex. So a great stack to help with your cellular metabolism and neural health vitamin B complex, resveratrol for the youthful gene expression, and to help with your pancreas and digestive enzyme complex. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack, very powerful stack. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
An event of the State Department, he said that they are hopeful and that they are looking at this as an opportunity to touch base and to lay the groundwork for a more detailed negotiation later on. President Trump mentioning perhaps as soon as next week, a negotiation that would get into some of the details of things like territorial claims, boundaries, security guarantees.
I'm glad you mentioned Secretary Rubio. He's on the plane, along with Secretaries Bessent, Lutnick. Steve Witkoff is on the plane as well. But we keep hearing about a one-on-one. He's got a massive entourage. Ratcliffe is with him. Half the administration is crammed onto Air Force One right now. Will it just be the two presidents and a translator in the room?
Well, it sounds like from what Anne-Marie was saying that we can expect an expanded meeting. It is one thing that European officials and European governments have been concerned about. I did speak earlier this week with one European diplomat who said that they are concerned that because there is such a broad delegation that we were seeing, certainly Commerce Secretary Lutnick, some of the things that they're seeing, the Russian finance minister being included, a concern from a European perspective is that the president and the U.S. delegation may be tempted to negotiate and to have the conversation focused on U.S. economic interests and economic interests regarding Russia rather than the priorities and the concerns of the Ukrainian people and government. So that is something that European officials have been concerned about and something that they have flagged heading into this meeting today.
With his view from the State Department, Eric Martin reporting for Bloomberg here in Washington. Eric, really appreciate the analysis the last couple of days. This is going to be a big one, and Eric will be part of our coverage, likely going late into the evening. Now, Eric mentioned the next meeting. We spent a lot of time in the last 24 hours talking about what might come next, what would be in a second meeting, possibly including President Zelensky. President Trump talked about that yesterday when he was framing expectations for what would happen today. Listen.
We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. I don't know that it's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great.
If they can, it'll be great. But the president was talking to reporters on Air Force One. He's still airborne, by the way, and maybe about 90 minutes out, if our calculations are correct, on his way to Anchorage. On Air Force One, quote, "I want to see a ceasefire," the president said at the back of the plane, rapidly. "I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today," Donald Trump said. "I'm in this to stop the killing." More back and forth on the game of expectations as we introduce Michael Allen to the conversation, Managing Director, Beacon Global Strategies and former Special Assistant to President George W. Bush in the national security sector. Michael, it's great to have you back. You're normally joining us at times like these. Stakes are high, and we've got a lot on the line today. That's right. What are your thoughts about this setting of the bar? It was a feel me out meeting. Now it's I want a ceasefire, or I'm not going to be happy. How high are your expectations?
Well, I think this is probably the most significant moment in the 3.5 years since this war began. It certainly is the most serious diplomatic moment that we've had. To me, what I'm most worried about is that I think there's been a material change on the ground to the detriment of the Ukrainians in recent weeks. Most of the experts that have made field trips there and others that are examining how things are going on the ground, I think believe that the Ukrainians are not just losing incremental amounts of land, it's becoming more and more serious. And so to me, that makes it harder for Trump to get a ceasefire because I think Putin will be dodging and weaving throughout because I think he wants to keep the show going because he's making progress. So we're just going to have to see how this shakes out. If Trump believes that
Putin is too obstinate, it may be the case that Trump comes out of this annoyed and starts to levy sanctions on the Russians.
In that world, and by the way, it doesn't sound like you have high expectations. It sounds like this is a lot of showbiz when I listen to you talk.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a bilateral news conference if the meeting goes that way, right? How does Donald Trump stand out there with Vladimir Putin and say nothing was accomplished?
I think Trump may want to do the bilateral news conference unless it just falls flat on its face like the North Korean meetings used to in his first term.
Right.
Because I think he'll try to say, we've got some momentum, we agreed on a few things. But I think you're right, though. I do think this is a lot of showmanship. I think this is Trump trying to begin a process that won't yield anything or won't bear fruit today, but he believes it might over time. But it's going to be really, really hard. I think Trump's trying to get the showmanship down, but I don't know if all the substance is aligned perfectly for a ceasefire, and certainly nothing lasting.
Yeah. You mentioned the talks with North Korea. It's come up a lot of times recently, as has Helsinki.
Right.
Those are kind of the two extreme versions we're going to have, right? Either seeming to placate Vladimir Putin or actually walking out on him.
Yeah.
Is this somewhere in the middle then?
I think so. I think Trump wants to be on the world stage with the world's greatest leaders. I don't think he wants to walk out on Putin. I think he wants to claim that we've made some progress. After all, I think Trump at its core, not just on Ukraine, I think he wants to have a better relationship with the Russians. It's not just that the Russians are coming to talk Ukraine. They want to reset the relationship, Putin said yesterday. They're bringing a lot of business people. I think that's appealing to Witkoff and Trump, who would appreciate and love doing this in every sector of the economy, increasingly that's the case. So I think this might be a larger moment for Trump to say, you know what, we're trying to put the bilateral relationship back on a sustainable path.
Yeah, maybe that's the leverage to end a war if this could be profitable for Vladimir Putin. But I want to hear more from you on that. You see this entourage with the president today. You've got the Commerce Secretary, the Treasury Secretary, both on board, ready presumably to talk business. The Secretary of State, who you would expect to be there, but after comments about potential arms control talks that Putin put in the water earlier this week, that takes on new significance. Are we going to be talking about an economic relationship at the same time as trying to end the war?
I'm a little worried that we are, because I think that's what the Russians want. They don't want the world to be constantly focused only on their war with Ukraine. They're ready to kind of come back into the community of nations. They do have severe economic problems. They do want to be able to, over time, continue to revive their economy, if you will, finish off the war in Ukraine. So I'm really worried that Trump will be distracted by the things he really likes, which are doing deals on business-type matters, rather than looking at what this is and staring it in the face, which is that European security, NATO security is on the line, and ultimately U.S. national security. So I think that's why the new Europeans are nervous. Certainly the Ukrainians are, and I think that's why a lot of conservatives like me here in the United States are also on pins and needles wondering what's going to happen.
Really interesting. It's been noted that the Secretary of Defense is not on the trip today. Pete Hegseth stayed behind, even though, as Rick Davis mentions, he is technically the host. This is happening at an American military joint base. How do you read into it?
Well, it's definitely, the same thing goes for Tulsi Gabbard. It does sort of make you believe that they may not be in the highest stead with the president. I think the president looks across his cabinet and looks to try and see who he can rely upon the most. And if they're not on Air Force One, I mean, even if he's were to come later, I think it doesn't look great. It doesn't make you feel like you've got the power, the reflected power of the president.
Yeah, interesting. I'd love to hear from you about the planning that went into this. You were doing advance and a lot of work for a lot of President George W. Bush's international summits. They had a week to slap this together. There aren't enough rental cars up there. There aren't enough hotel rooms.
Right.
It's a day trip, apparently, for Donald Trump. How do you get something like this together so quickly?
It's breakneck. I think the Secret Service had been running around trying to arrange things. It's clear there's not enough hotel rooms. There's not enough space for what's going on here. You needed many more weeks to be able to plan this and to give the locals on the ground time to prepare. So it's a little slapdash. It's a little at the last minute. Ultimately, I don't think it'll matter for history, but it's just sort of a reminder. And you heard Trump say it yesterday. He's already ready to select the location on the next event, that's what gets me worried about the showmanship element of all this. He's ready to just sort of project and see where episode 2 of this saga will be.
Maybe it'll be in Anchorage, since apparently everyone is already
He did
there.
say he wanted to stay.
Well, that's right. They're going to make a weekend of it. You know, we talked to the governor of Alaska yesterday, Mike Dunleavy, about the preparations and kind of what this means for his state, with the world suddenly turning its attention to Anchorage. Here's what he told us.
Most of this is being handled by the White House itself, and they're doing a great job. They've interfaced with us. They've interfaced with our troopers and city police here in Anchorage. And so the vast majority of this is being handled by the White House. It is tourist season. We're in the height of tourist season, so hotels are tight, cars are tight, as you mentioned.
Right.
But again, having this on the base alleviates a lot of issues.
New York Times reporting August is apparently high season for salmon fishing in Alaska. So, you know, things are tight up there. When you consider it being on the base, though, going back to your prior days in the administration, these two guys sitting in a hangar somewhere? I mean, what are the facilities that would house such an important event?
Well, they're not always that great, so I think there's a lot of pipe and drape, and a lot of advanced people have shown up to try and make this look as distinguished and as presidential as possible. And the president, as we know from his declarations of the Oval Office, he wants it to look good. He wants it to look good.
Better be gold pipe, by the way.
So, so I'm excited to see what all of this looks like.
For sure.
I know he wants to do some interviews while he's there and then come on back. But yeah, I mean, this is as much as it is about substance or potentially about substance.
Yes, right.
The president, all summits have some showmanship. This one does in particular. Optics are huge.
Poly optics, when they both emerge, will it look like Helsinki, or do they need to be deliberate about not putting these two on an equal level, make the podium look different, change the way that the body language, maybe the angle they're at? What would you do with it?
Well, I would try to make the president come out of this looking like he's not the one that was dying for the meeting, and not the one who's dying for a second meeting.
Right.
I wanted him to have some sort of strategic distance from all of this and holding out the prospect of additional meetings. But Trump just operates differently. We would have dangled a meeting with President Bush over many, many months and tried to make substantial progress on a variety of issues before we would have just gone. But that's just not Trump's style. He doesn't get it. He doesn't care about the way it's done in the past. He's ready to meet with the North Korean leader or Vladimir Putin, who's a war criminal.
Well, we all remember George W. Bush talking about looking into the eyes of Vladimir Putin, getting a sense of his soul. And it'll be very interesting to see what Donald Trump finds when he looks into Vladimir Putin's eyes today. Michael Allen, it's great to have you.
Thank you so much.
Teaching Global Strategies, another voice of experience to help us get ready for an historic event today in Alaska that you will see play out.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen will help with your musculature, your bone density, your joints, your cartilage, your skin, your hair, and your nails. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or even a smoothie. But take it every day, do resistance training, and it'll help to build muscle and help with your joint health. Also, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gels. You can get it in a tube form or a quick dispenser. Make sure you have some at home and at work. You never know when you need it. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn and help to heal it. It'll help to heal it quicker because it's keeping the wound clean. In addition, you can use it as an aftershave to help reduce razor burn. So it's a dual purpose product. So please go to my store and get the gel. All right. Let's go to BBC here.
All our hand tools get a lifetime warranty because
if it's a bad meeting, it'll end very quickly. And if it's a good meeting, we're going to end up getting peace in the pretty near future, okay?
The meeting he's talking about is his historic summit in Alaska with Vladimir Putin of Russia. But what is a good meeting? And what would a bad meeting be? We'll discuss with a veteran diplomat who has met both of them and one of the best Russia watchers in the business on this episode of the BBC's Daily News Podcast, Newscast. Well, we're joined by Catherine Belton, Russia reporter for The Washington Post. Welcome back, Catherine.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Should we do a little plug for our old newscast about the rise of Vladimir Putin?
Why?
We've just done it.
Yeah.
And also Kip Darroch, Lord Darroch, former UK National Security Advisor and crucially British Ambassador to the US. Hello, Kim.
Hi.
Right, let's just get on the same page then about what we think is going to happen in Alaska over the next few hours. Catherine, first of all, what do you think about the location, the fact that this is happening in Alaska?
Oh, well, for Russia, it's rich with symbolism because, of course, Alaska used to be a former part of the Russian Empire until it was sold in, I think, 1760 something for 7.2 million. So, you know, I think Russians have been playing up the idea that this was our territory. So this means that the US and Russia are natural partners and really we should be able to carve up the globe between ourselves.
I think it was actually in 1867.
1867. Sorry about that.
Not just Wikipedia did. And Kim, the fact that it's these two people meeting at all, I mean, you see different sort of time frames. Oh, the last time they met was this year. Oh, the last time a US president met a Russian president on Russian soil was even further back. What's a good sort of yardstick for the fact that they're meeting?
The last time these two met was in 2018 in Helsinki. And the last time the US president met the Russian, so I think 2021, but I may be wrong on that. And look, these summits used to be, in the 80s, huge events which dominated the news for a long time and which were prepared over months and months. And they usually delivered big arms deals, SALT and START treaties and this kind of thing.
Is it arms reduction?
Arms reduction, which changed the face. Well, this one has been set up at about a week's notice. Everything I hear from both people who think they know what's going on in Moscow and friends who do follow what's going on in Washington say that both capitals are in meltdown because of the difficulty preparing this at such short notice. And while one of the two leaders is in many ways quite predictable, the other one is the master of unpredictability and chaos. But of course, the American is the master, which is the way, obviously, the way around you might assume. Yeah. And so because it's Donald Trump, it's just that bit much more difficult to predict.
And Catherine, I mean, there's been so much confusion on the road here. For example, Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy, apparently misunderstanding what the Russians said to him last time he met them. And so we had 3 days of confusion about, was there going to be discussion about swapping territory in Ukraine with the Russians?
Yeah, it seems like what we heard was that he completely misunderstood what the Russians had said during his meeting in the Kremlin, that he thought a Russian offer to halt fighting in the key regions of Kherson and Zaporizhia in the south of Ukraine meant that Russia was going to withdraw. And it's astonishing to me that it took, one, that not only did he misunderstand, but then two, it took another 2 days for Russia to clarify and say, actually, no, what we meant was just we're ready to halt on the current front line, but there's no way that we're going to give up territory there. And we want, in return, the whole of Donbass, which is Russia's very strategic, Ukraine's very strategically important eastern region, which is key for industry and key for Ukraine's future defense. Ukraine has invested huge amounts of materials into building defenses there so that Russia can't strike back. So if Ukraine were to give up that entire area, not only would it be a huge infringement of its sovereignty, but also it would leave the door wide open for Russia to reinvade and take more in a few years' time. So yeah, it was a big mess. And it sounds like that Trump was, that misunderstanding was the cause for Trump's excitement for his statements that, oh yes, we can do territorial swaps, we're going to get back for Ukraine some prime oceanfront territory, because Kherson and Zaporizhia is that prime oceanfront territory. But since that was all clarified, Trump has really had to reel back and start playing down expectations.
So Kim, let's just talk about some of the things Donald Trump has said in the last few hours and the last few days. One of them was, oh, there's a 25% chance of failure at this summit. How would you interpret that? Well, with all the caveats that come from interpreting anything that Donald Trump says.
Just one tiny comment, if I may, on the oceanfront, prime oceanfront territory. That's so American real estate stuff, isn't it? You can tell both Trump himself and Witkoff, the real estate guys, when you hear that kind of language coming out.
Because it's not diplomacy, is it?
Diplomacy, exactly. No, I never use the word oceanfront property, in my time. Anyway, look, it's gone backwards and forwards to a bewildering degree, which leaves all of us just watching it, justifiably puzzled about just what the expectations are. Most recently, after the Europeans ganged up and talked to Trump at that virtual summit, the message coming out of the White House was it's going to be a listening exercise, and calmed it all down. This morning there was a post from Trump saying high stakes, as he was setting off, just kind of winding it all up again. So, and this comment about 25% chance of failure. For me, the likeliest outcome by far is you simply get an agreement to another meeting. They might call it a formal process, but another meeting is about as much as I can see coming out of this. Plus, maybe some provisional deal or at least outline some sort of economic agreement over maybe rare earths or whatever, because it's striking that Trump is taking along both his Treasury Secretary and his Trade Secretary, who wouldn't normally be participants in a summit if it was just about Ukraine war. So that's how it looks from here. But again, the master of predicting chaos, he may have something on his sleeve to surprise us. Although if he does, and if there is some startling announcement about the outline of a deal coming up, boy, will that set the dovecots fluttering in European capitals and in Kyiv.
Yeah, Catherine, it's interesting the last few days, all the focus seems to have moved on to talking about other things that aren't Ukraine, as Kim was just suggesting there.
Yeah, and that's another Russian tactic, because what they really want is to sort of normalize relations with the US and kind of start talking about restoring relations. The Deputy Foreign Minister, Andrei Ryabkov, has been saying, well, we'd really like to get an agreement on restoring flights between Russia and the US. And they are set to sort of dangle deals as well about sharing resources for Arctic cooperation and so on. And it's kind of like they want the world to forget about what they're doing in Ukraine so they can quietly continue their invasion and go deeper and deeper into Ukraine. And in the meanwhile, get the US on side so that Donald Trump maybe forgets about, sending any more weapons to support Ukraine or his threats to impose ever greater sanctions on the Russian economy, because Russian economy right now is in quite a dire state. So really, Putin's task is to do everything he can to make Putin forget about it, to make Trump forget about that.
I mean, Kim, re-establishing flights between Moscow and Washington, D.C., that doesn't sound like the end of the world diplomatically to me, but do you agree with Catherine's theory that actually every kind of inch of rapprochement between the two is bad news for Ukraine?
Yes, and it's also very good news for Putin. Remember, he was, until Trump's arrival in the White House, an international pariah. I mean, mostly, if he comes to the West, he should be arrested when he touches down. He's probably this is probably the most sanctioned country in recent history, and he has done absolutely nothing to deserve where he now is, about to go to the summit that the American president, that will be the most watched event on the planet, which is hugely prestigious for him. His demands still are all the territory is captured and a bit more. Ukraine gives up any ambitions to join NATO, and maybe Ukraine also has to disarm. So there's nothing to move towards any sort of resolution of this, and he gets his summit with the American president. So it's a huge, huge concession, a big diplomatic success already for Putin.
In terms of the choreography, do we know what format the meetings are in? Who's meeting who, when, for how long, and who they'll have with them?
We know already that Putin and Trump are going to have a one-on-one, which has everyone kind of sort of shaking their heads already. They will have their own interpreters with them, so it's not like some previous Putin-Trump meetings when Trump has gone to meet Putin with only the Kremlin interpreter present, or gone with his own and then told his interpreter to basically rip up the notes and not brief anyone what was discussed. I mean, that's happened in the past. So they'll have a one-on-one, and that really plays to Putin's strengths. He really does believe that he has the ability to charm Trump, that he's done so in the past, and we could see some element clearly of that in the 2018 Helsinki summit, when after these long talks with Putin, Trump emerged sort of almost overwhelmed and very deferential to Putin, and he was talking about, how suddenly not suddenly, but he was taking Putin's view and his denial of Russian interference in the 2016 election
Which
over the
with
assessment.
his own intelligence agency.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've had not a great track record of prior Putin-Trump one-on-one meetings, but after that, they will have a meeting with the delegations. So there will be a meeting with including the finance ministers and the defense ministers, and as well the national security chiefs and foreign secretaries. So that will be quite a full-on meeting. But sort of going back to what Kim was saying, I think it's definitely the case that, even in Russia and the Kremlin, they've been frantically preparing for this summit. No one was really, I think they've been preparing over several months, but the fact that this was going to happen now has kind of sent them into a flurry. And they've got kind of 4 different proposals on the table. They are trying to meticulously prepare, but compared to previous events, it is a little bit on the fly.
Kim, talking about whether Trump...
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. C60 has to be in a lipid, aka oil, for proper absorption. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. Take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. It is cheaper for the higher ounce configuration for you. And use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And C60 is a very potent antioxidant. You take it every day, a teaspoon a day. It's going to soak up those free radicals, help with your immune system, your endocrine system, your neurons, and also your cardiovascular system. By soaking up free radicals, you're also helping your mitochondria, so you're going to have more ATP. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, slow down the aging process. It's a very potent antioxidant. And another great stack to help with bone density is taking the D3 and the K2 MK7 molecules. Now, by taking these supplements together and doing resistance training, you're going to increase bone density. Take calcium, either drinking milk or through a supplement. Do the resistance training, take the D3 and the K2, works really well. Another great aspect to this stack is that D3 and K2 work together to help to pull some of that calcium depositing around plaque formation at the vascular level and reduce the chances of further calcium depositing. So you can help your cardiovascular health. So help with your bone density and your cardiovascular health by taking the D3 and the K2. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5 to get $5 off any order.
Charmed by Putin or not? I mean, in the last few weeks, he sounded a bit less enamored of him. For example, a couple of weeks ago, he was saying, oh, he strings me along, or he says nice things about a peace deal, and then bombs an nursing home in Kyiv. That doesn't sound like Trump is quite so starry-eyed anymore.
Yeah. Again, we come back to Trump's unpredictability. Catherine's absolutely right about the Helsinki summit. I mean, almost the dividing thing about that summit was not anything he said, or Trump said some extraordinary things. It was Trump's submissive, deferential body language with Putin. A look that I've not seen between him and any other global leader. So there was something extraordinary about that, about how Trump is with Putin. And in terms of where we are now, you're right, he has been much tougher in his language on Putin than almost any time I can remember while he's been power, certainly much tougher at any point in his first term. But he was threatening all sorts of things, including potentially secondary tariffs, secondary sanctions on countries that buy Russian oil. And he's been quite tough with India on their tariff regime, so it looked like he was tough here. And then what suddenly happens, he agrees to a summit without conditions, without requiring Putin to do anything in terms of promising a ceasefire, unconditional ceasefire, whatever. So it flips back to the dial, where the needle swings wildly from one side of the dial to the other.
And Trump is going to do a big news conference at the end of this, isn't he? We don't know what Putin's going to do. It doesn't seem like Putin kind of does these kind of ad hoc press conferences. He prefers like a big, grand 4-hour news conference behind a big table, doesn't he?
I think they are going to do a joint press conference.
Really?
I think that's been announced. So again, there's potential for a repeat of the previous disastrous performance in Helsinki, when you did have that body language.
In terms of the theatricality, I mean, a lot of our focus on that has been around Trump, because that's what he does. There's a bit of theatre on the Russian side as well. I'm thinking of Sergei Lavrov, the veteran foreign minister, turning up to this meeting, or turning up to Alaska this morning, wearing a Soviet Union t-shirt or sweatshirt. What's going on there?
But yeah, that's quite a bit of posturing, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, that's a big signal to everyone that, we're on the stage, we want to be back and considered as an imperial power. And it's certainly a big sign to anyone who thinks they're going to give up any of the territory that they've acquired in Ukraine, because that's clearly a signal that Ukraine, it's ours. We are the Soviet Empire. So, everyone thinks that maybe Lavrov is trolling with it, but it's certainly the image that they want to portray.
I'm sure he's trolling it. Sure, that's very deliberate. I mean, Lavrov has, to put it at its kindliest, he has a mischievous sense of humour. And it usually comes out of him belittling his foreign minister colleagues quite often in their joint press conferences. But that would be deliberate.
Yeah. And it's interesting though, because Trump, one of the things he said yesterday was, I'll know within 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes if this is going to be a success. I wonder if he sees that picture of Lavrov wearing a Soviet Union t-shirt and goes, all right, it's already a disaster. But it's that revealing, isn't it?
Well, you would
about
hope
their intentions and their attitude to this whole thing.
You would hope not, and
I really love it. Hi, my name is Andy, and these are besties. I live in Vancouver.
Thing.
You would hope not, and you would hope that, even though Trump has essentially given already a massive concession by awarding this summit, you would hope that he doesn't forget that actually he does have enormous leverage over Russia right now because of the economy. And I think that's the reason why Putin wants to wave things at Trump to distract him. But it's key for Putin now to keep Trump on board and prevent him from imposing these tougher secondary sanctions on Russia's trading partners like India and China, because you can see the Russian economy is really starting to falter. And you had all these Russian officials at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum in June just basically giving warnings that we're in a pre-default situation. We could be facing a string of bankruptcies in the quite near future. And, sanctions have caused inflation to spiral. Central bank has ratcheted up interest rates to try and rein that in. But as a result of these 20% odd interest rates, there's a wave of non-payments. Companies are struggling to pay debts. And then in August, just as Trump was threatening the increasing sanctions, which would basically cut Russia off potentially from its key oil revenue, because it's mostly selling oil now to India and China. Because of that, at the same time you had BTB, the second biggest Russian state bank, announcing that already essentially its corporate lending business is collapsing, and its revenues fell like 49% in the first half of the year. And there's this great sense of unease now in the Moscow elite because, their expectations were raised that they were going to have Trump on board, they were going to do a deal, sanctions were going to get lifted. But in fact, it's been getting worse. And the Europeans had done a good job on getting Trump on board until very recently that he should kind of exert greater pressure over Russia. So, it's all to play for today at this summit.
That's interesting though, because the vibe up until now has been that, the sanctions aren't tough enough, or the Russians and their trading partners are able to get around them, and that actually the Russian economy is proving surprisingly resilient and isn't on the verge of collapse. But it sounds like those things are no longer true.
I think that inside Russia, people are increasingly worried because they are getting into increasingly choppy waters. And there is this sense that, if Trump, the one economist told me that if sanctions remain at current levels, oil prices at current levels, then yes, Russia can sustain its war for another 18 to 20 months. But the minute you get oil prices falling, or you have Trump threatening these much tougher sanctions, and already there have been tariffs imposed on India.
This is the reason why I said it's about energy. Early in this broadcast, I was saying, pay attention to the energy sector. Pay attention to oil prices. She's saying exactly what I was saying.
It's now a key channel for Russian oil sales, and these potential threat of additional tariffs on India and China for continuing to buy Russian oil, then that really changes the picture quite drastically. And so we heard as well that when Trump was on the call with the European leaders on Wednesday, he said one of the reasons why Putin agreed to meet him was because of this threat of additional tariffs. It's really got them worried. So, yeah, could change things. And Trump himself said, I think just last week, he said, look, if oil prices drop for $10 for a prolonged period of time, then Russia will have to stop the war.
I mean, Kim, is that the sort of incentives that Putin responds to? Because it seems to me he's got he's driven by bigger forces than conventional leaders who would respond to an economic threat like that.
Yeah, I mean, what Catherine described is exactly what the best Russian analysts inside governments, I think, are thinking about this. And I've heard this 18 to 21, 24 month prediction before things really fall apart before, and I think it's compelling. The unknown here, though, is Putin's calculation of how much pain Russian people can take before he really starts to feel he has to change things. And when you think that Russians have already taken more than 1 million casualties, killed and seriously wounded in this war, and they are winning very, very slowly, they are advancing very, very slowly. So if the war was to continue, who knows how long it would take for them to actually achieve the objectives, then it's quite hard to calculate how much pain Putin thinks can be taken. But the coming economic crisis is real for them.
Let's talk about the people who aren't there. Volodymyr Zelensky, first of all. I mean, has he done all he can do this week to try and influence an event that he's not invited to?
I don't think there is much more he can do. I mean, obviously he looks like he's under tremendous strain. And I guess you would be if your country's fate was being decided in a faraway country without you. Trump is obviously trying to sound optimistic that there could be a meeting between Zelensky and Putin even straight after, but I would say put the odds at that as very, very slim indeed, because Putin doesn't want to confer that legitimacy on Zelensky as a leader and as an equal. So, I don't think there's much Zelensky can do. I mean, clearly Europe has rallied around him, but there's not much more he can do. And really what picture that Putin will be trying to present is that Ukraine is losing, there's nothing more that you can do, and it's senseless for you to keep supplying weapons. So wouldn't it be better for us to take all this territory, not have any security guarantees, and you can present this to the public as some great peace deal and get your Nobel Prize?
And Kim, what's your take on what the other European countries, including Keir Starmer, have been doing this week?
I think they've done as good a job as they could have done in trying to set some parameters and some guardrails for Trump in his meeting with Putin. And I think some of what you saw earlier this week in terms of Trump talking being a listening exercise, I suspect is a response to the amount of pressure he has felt from Europeans. But in the end, this is Donald Trump. He's Mr. Unpredictable. And if he sees in his own mind some prospect of a breakthrough in his conversation with Putin, then I'm not sure that what the Europeans have said is going to be a real block to him. But just make one other point on it. In part because Trump and Witkoff are both real estate guys, there's a lot of talk about land as if this were the key to it all. But it's important to remember that the fundamental objective here for Putin, unless Catherine corrects me, isn't really about a chunk of Ukrainian territory. It's about a planned government in Kyiv that points eastward, that is not going to try and join NATO, not going to try and join the EU, that could be relied upon like Belarus as a sort of part of a new Russian empire. And so if that's his objective, remains his objective, it's really much more about Ukrainian sovereignty than about slivers of land being exchanged or whatever. And on that issue, first of all, it worries me that Trump doesn't seem to get this. He thinks it's just about land. That is indeed his position. And second, if I'm right on that, they're a huge way apart, because I think the never joining NATO, always, an ally of Russia stuff is the key for this for Putin. He's not going to give that up.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think Putin thinks perhaps, well, if he can somehow sway Trump into thinking that this is a great deal, that he can have this so-called ceasefire, but in the meantime let Russia run away with East Ukraine and the Donbass region, then without any proper security guarantees, which Putin is not going to agree to, that just leaves the way open for Russia to come back later and then take more territory. So I think Putin would be very happy if somehow he managed to bamboozle Trump into saying, oh, right, we've got a great deal. Let's force Ukraine to give up its territory in the east. I've got a ceasefire. But a type of deal like that isn't worth the paper that it's written on, because, Russia can just come back and reinvade. And Zelensky and Europe aren't going to agree to it. So again, Trump might think, okay, so I've got a good deal here. But, but he can't enforce it unless he has Zelensky and Europe on board. So it's going to be very tricky.
Now, I feel we've kind of done this, but this is just a rhetorical device to end this episode.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video and all my videos, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients, has a very comprehensive compound profile. Read the label on my website. Boomer Boost will target multiple systems: your cardiovascular system, brain function, musculature, energy levels, and metabolism. Super important to take every day. And what you'll notice is that you'll have a steady burn of energy. You'll be able to concentrate better. You'll sleep better. Your memory will improve. You'll be thinking faster. You apply a holistic approach to taking these supplements. That's proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, learn new things, do resistance training, balancing exercise, stretching exercises, cardio. Taking a holistic approach is going to lead to you slowing down the aging process, and your body's going to heal. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This is also a great way to lose weight if you want to lose weight. To lose weight by taking Boomer Boost, use Boomer Boost in soft foods for breakfast or for lunch, not both, but just for breakfast or for lunch, and then, your normal calorie intake for the remainder of the meals of the day. But this is a great way to slowly and safely lose weight. Now, for the ones that are taking Boomer Boost and they don't want to lose weight because they're at their weight target, that's okay. You can just mix it with your foods and just add it as a supplement to your current calorie intake. But this is a great way to lose weight if you're looking to lose weight. And it'll help to control your A1C levels. Now, heirloom barley is a high-density barley. You take it the same way as you take the Boomer Boost. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, smoothie, milk. It's up to you. But this will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and help to soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. Different ways to soak up free radicals is going to slow down the stress in the cell in your tissues. And by reducing stress in your tissues, you'll have less stress in your organ systems and your body will perform better. Bringing down inflammation is going to help the immune system. It's going to help your cardiovascular system. It'll help you to recover after a workout. It'll help your joint health. Some people have joint pain because of osteoarthritis. By bringing down inflammation, you're mitigating that issue. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level and at the cerebral level, guess what? You're actually helping the health of your neurons, because chronic inflammation at the neuron level, the myelin sheath starts to degrade. That's bad. So you want to take the heirloom barley, detoxify your body regularly. You can stack it with the Boomer Boost. That's a powerful stack. Now, there's also on my store the Gladiator barley. Gladiator barley has all the benefits of the heirloom barley, but you get one extra benefit, and that is it allows you to build muscle faster. So you take it the same way. You can take it by itself, or you can stack it with the Boomer Boost. Now, if you stack the barley, the Gladiator barley with the Boomer Boost, and you're doing the resistance training, you're going to get the max benefits of being able to control the A1C levels. Now, remember what the barley does, including Gladiator barley. It's going to build muscle. It's going to help bring down inflammation. It'll help to detoxify your body, and it'll help to soak up free radicals. And you're going to recover quicker after your workout. So it's very powerful stuff. Now, if you're an athlete, I recommend to take the Gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost. And that's if you're a young athlete or older athlete, you'll see the benefits of it. So those are the different types of supplements I offer. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 to get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. So we covered the news before the summit in Alaska. I'm going to stop the broadcast now, and then once the summit starts, I will do a new broadcast later tonight. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great supplements I offer. Help support the work that I do. All this stuff that I'm telling you is for free. Go to my store and get healthy. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.